Belief with Nikki. I am Nikki. Okay, let me get into chat filter. All messages. Okay, there we go. All right. So, welcome to Restore Belief with Nikki. I'm Nikki Jacobs. I am a psychic medium, an ET abductee, and a forced participant in SSP, which is known as Secret Space Program, and my lab's military laboratory abductions, and SSP is also known as Mars Defense Force and Waften and a number of other names. So anyway, so tonight, oh boy, tonight, hello Esme, Micah, hi, I love you friend, hey sweetie. So I forgot to write it down. It's so tonight is there we go. Now I'm getting a brain back. Woohoo! Tonight's topic is not SSP, is 3iAtlas. 3iAtlas. I've got to write this down. I didn't get a chance to earlier. ETs and human politics. Oh, I've got buzzing, don't I? Human politics. About ETs. Okay, that was the other one. And then got an open forum. Okay, let's get rid of this buzzing. There we go. Hopefully there should be no more buzzing. 2 minutes in, better than 4. Definitely better than 15 or more. All right. So, you just watched the movie Lucy. Yeah, it's quite the movie, isn't it? Yeah, I highly recommend that movie. I really do. There's so many reasons why. Hello, Amy. Buzzing ceased. Yes, thank you, my dear. Appreciate that confirmation. Amy, can you get the lyrics to Goldfinger for me? And just put it in our private chat. They're pestering the ever-loving crap out of me with that song, and it's like I am gonna need some help tonight with it. Anyway, hello, Curtis Carter said hi. Hello. Yes, me too. Yes. You love it too. Yeah, it is a really good movie. Hey, little Cam, how you doing, sweetie? Yeah, Lucy is a really good movie. It is one that I do recommend. Okay, so it has been a wild 2 days. I've been very busy, on and off video calls, sadly on my TV. Yeah. Oh, Sandy on your TV. Sandy or never mind. It's been a long day already. Which is one of the reasons why I had to... Hello, Juan. Okay. Yes, the Shirley Bassey song. Thank you. Yeah, I don't need the music. I just need the lyrics, because somebody over there is just... They've been pestering me about this for like the last 3 hours. Off and on the last 3 hours, and it didn't register because I've been in meetings all day. So yesterday I was in meetings, and today I've been in meetings, and me saying that I've been in meetings means video calls that range anywhere from 1 hour to 3 hours. And so there's been a lot going on the last 2 days on top of my hormones and migraines. So I've been trying to survive the migraines while trying to survive the frequency weapon hits as well. So I know that feeling. Yeah. So I'm a little kind of like off center today at the moment. I am just outside of an hour coming off of a 2.5, close to 2.5 hour meeting, so video call. So what was the most scariest thing that happened in my life? Scariest? Watching my SSP pilot partner be murdered in front of my face. And that was done because of a military officer. So, yeah, I can say no. Micah, yeah, I can say no on questions like that, but it's okay. Dana said hi. Kim, oh my God, said, oh my God, I'm so sorry. Yeah, that's a whole nother story in amongst itself. That was not only pissed Nikki off, it was a situation of horrific, not anything I could do about it. There's a bunch of different things, and it was directly ordered by a very specific military officer that if I can get him in trouble, I will. I'm not, he's retired. He's long retired. Yeah, that MFer, the consequences, the kind of shit he pulled, that's a whole nother subject. I'm not happy with that. When I got hit. Yeah, I'm not going to read the rest of that Kim out loud. My scariest time was when. You can read the rest. Kim saying, oh my God, I'm sorry for your loss. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. No, I'm so sorry. I hope they draw. Yeah, I wasn't too happy about that, but anyway, so there's different levels of scare. There's different levels of fright. That was one version of fear, fright, and rage. Paranormal wise, the scariest was when I had a true demon. And there are very few true demons, but I had a true demon try to unalive me. And put his hands around my throat and literally tried to unalive me. And in doing so, I literally, my soul called to God, and the next thing I know, and there goes my phone. And then, oh, thank you, Amy. I appreciate that. The next thing I know, I'm literally feeling God's energy through my body, and I don't know how to explain. I know that it was God's energy. It was just the most purest love energy that I've always known was God, so I guess that's how I knew. But my point being, in case you can't open it, thank you, I appreciate that. So basically, it got really interesting because as I'm in the process of trying to breathe and not able to, this 3-worded phrase, it literally comes in from my right, I was going to say my left, my right, straight into my mouth, and it was my voice, it was my vocal cords at a whisper. But it was like straight from Source himself. It was one of the most bizarre, incredible, frightening, paranormally wise, truly frightening situation. And when I spoke those 3 words, and I recognize them as light language, their source language. It's an ancient. It's very rarely ever verbalized in human language. I don't even know what I said. And the look on this true demon's face went, hey Sandra, I just wanted to be sure I was going to say that. So I ended up, I'll answer questions in just a minute, folks. So I ended up, the look on his face, the second those 3 words exited my mouth, in even as a whisper, I was barely able to even say them. The look of sheer terror on this demon's face, and how did you know that phrase? I mean, that was the look of, it was sheer terror. And then when he realized, there was a dawning of realization on his face. This all happened in a fraction of a second. I mean, he just, as in the Harry Potter movies, they call it disapparating. Well, what else do you call it when something that is standing directly in front of you, literally, the ETs call it phase shifting. This was not phase shifting. This was blinking out of complete existence and reality in that dimension and all sorts of stuff. So that was probably my scariest paranormal. That's a life-threatening paranormal. I've had experiences to where the energy in a building or on a piece of property is truly frightening, because it's either truly evil or it's mean-spirited, and they're out to play really wicked games. That's a different level of fright. So that's answering those questions. Now let me go to other things. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Scrolling back up. Okay. I'm sorry for scariest time. Oh no. Fricks. Here's a version of not carrying. Okay. Micah. Oh, I'm so sorry, Micah. Yeah, that's harsh. Yeah, we are safe now, definitely. Okay. And hello, Sandra. I forgot to breathe all the time. Yeah. Well, Slick is asking, where was this at? This was while I was home. This happened while I was living at the other apartment when it happened. So yeah, it wasn't fun. 34 times. Wow. Oh, hun, I'm so sorry. Austin. Hello, Austin. Why does... What the fuck? Micah, I've seen a time traveler. Have you? I meant a hot... What? Okay, yeah, that's, not going there. That's a bunch of bullshit. Yipski, what a good stocking stuffer. Gyro Brown. Yeah, okay. That's Xander Duplessis. RSA. Hi, I'm not a troll. I just want to ask if you believe in Jesus and Christianity to be true. Honest question, not trolling. Yes, I do. I was reading, somebody says, sorry, what is a good stocking stuffer? I was reading stuff that is in chat. Euro Brown, that's no more of that. Yeah, I do believe in Jesus. I am a Christian, but I'm not one. I'm not a Bible thumper. I'm not a. There's a lot of things I do and don't do. So and some people have. Ouch. Okay, squeaking of the chair. Here we go again. A lot of people have a hard time with the fact that I am a Christian, that I don't talk about it very often, mostly talk about my ET experiences. You can be of any faith, of any religion, of any belief system, any spirituality, and still be an ET abductee. Doesn't matter. So Nikki is not into churchianity, as they say. True, I'm not. Greg Maxwell, true Christian, do not play with tarot cards. That's not necessarily true. Depends on, okay. It depends on the different church system that you're involved in. You got that Napoleon Dynamite mug, no. Lord of Castro, okay. Archangel, okay. Astrology is a load of bullshit. That's one opinion. Not everybody's opinion. No, actually, that's not what makes demonics. Jolly Light? Jolly Light is saying, yes, it is, because those cards are demonic. That is not what makes things demonic. I know that from personal experience because I've dealt with paranormal all my life. Anyway, what I was talking about earlier, besides the fear factor, there are many different fear factors dealing with paranormal, dealing with ETs, dealing with government who deals with ETs. Tonight, and thank you again, Amy, regarding the song. I very much appreciate you doing that. Big time. At this level, it's going to get interesting. So one of the things that I wanted to talk about tonight is about not only 3iAtlas, but also I was interviewed yesterday for a couple to a few hours. I don't remember the exact time at this second, but I had some very interesting questions, and they were political questions regarding ETs. This is somebody who was interviewing me was a complete newbie to ufology and to ET abductions and all of that. James Blake, please cease with tarot and astrology. Is Drew in the house? Hey, Drew. Uh, uh, Lord Alcatraz, is that what that is? Lord Alcatraz. Paranormal, you mean nothing humans can see. Yeah, they're in different forms. No, madam. Adam, no, we're not dealing with arguments and fights in this chat. Okay. Okay. That's enough of that shit. Philip. Hey, Philip. Merry 7th night of Hanukkah. Happy Hanukkah, Philip. I hope you're doing good. It's been a long day. If you can't handle me saying, or things of that nature, then this is not going to be the night for you to listen to me, because I happen to be tired, and that's where the comes in a lot. Either deal with it or don't. Let's see, what's up from Detroit, Michigan, Grams. Well, I'm not your Grams, Justin Williams, but I will say hello. Hi. Please, can you say happy birthday to my friend? His name is Nick. So, Blood Tight 7 is wanting his friend Nick for a happy birthday. Hello, happy birthday, Nick. Jake the Dude 2020. Yeah, we're not getting into that. Philip, astrology in the Bible, Old Testament and New Testament, both. Thank you, Philip. It's hard to miss the stars and the planets, yep. Hello, John 13. Hello from Greece. Hello. Dealing with it by taking drunk. And he trolls. Tarot witch. No, I'm not a tarot witch. Yeah, that's very true, Amy. Amy is coming in and saying, I will say this, however, as an archaeology fact, the oldest Jewish temples and Christian churches had zodiac mosaics in tile. Some of them beautiful, yes. Dr. Okay, whoever this person is, Dr. Sig something or other, we're not dealing with that shit. Nope, we'll not go there. Not talking about the Bondi shooting either. Retro Phantom, not Roseanne Barr. So, the political thing, so this individual wanted to know about very specific wars that are going on this planet. And what the ETs think of very specific political aspects of the wars or skirmishes between two different countries that are going on right now, and one that is going on between a number of people. And so I found the questions very fascinating, coming from somebody who did not know a great deal about ufology or about ETs. They were very good, very logical, well thought out questions. And it was a bit hard to grasp for this individual, and I understand why. If you're not into ufology, and if you're not, this was basically somebody who knew about a lot of politics in the world. And how would the ETs, if there are skirmishes going on the planet, what would they think of, or how would they respond? And it was a fascinating conversation, fascinating questions he had. And basically, as I understand it, and they were logical questions. There's things that if I were in politics, I'd probably be asking the very same kind of questions. And this is a gentleman who is, shall we say, in Europe. And he had very good reasons to ask. And I understood that. I know that name, Philip. So Philip Blair is saying, William Donahue was a very kind, wise, knowledgeable, sweetheart of a man. I miss him. I know that name. I just can't remember where I know the name from. Philip, for Zodiac and the Bible, and your sign, William Donahue, for folks interested in astrology and the Bible. Thank you. That's where I know the name. Okay, Shepherds, Chaplain, YouTube, Let's Turn to God, the season org, explain the whole Bible. God bless. Okay, so basically, it was an interesting conversation with this gentleman, and as far as I know regarding ETs, I tried to convey to him that, and there was a language barrier, so he spoke very good English, but the comprehension is, this subject matter is hard to comprehend sometimes for folks, and that's understandable. But I told him, as far as I know, if ETs, if they're very concerned, they will go after the weapons, and that's proven fact. That has been proven a few times, one or two specific times that I could think of. I just don't remember what years. And I know Philip, Amy, or Drew would remember that. They're real good about the history kind of stuff. So, but because the ETs went after missile silos and shut down missile silos, and that's a big deal. That's a really big deal when you think about all of that. Vanilla Gorilla. We are not going there. Done. Nick Greer, yes, the Butterfly Nebula is in the background. 1963 and 1975, says Burgermeister. 91, yes, thank you. They shut them down, quite a few of them, too. Yes, says Drew. Retro fan, I am not Miss Barr. I am not who you think. That's not who I am. So a user K5L. What do we have going on tonight? We have ETs, politics about ETs, 3iAtlas, and an open forum. Philip, quote, a weapons failure at a Montana nuclear missile complex in 1967 was connected to reports of a UFO sighting over Malmstrom Air Force Base, end quote. Indeed. Yes. Noah Waldner, someone tell me what this stream is about, please. Extraterrestrials, 3iAtlas, human politics about ETs, and an open forum. And normally I don't deal with politics. Yeah, I agree, Amy. It's been interesting. And normally I don't deal with politics. However, because of the conversation from yesterday, that's why I'm getting into this, because it was a very eye-opener of a conversation that I had with this gentleman yesterday who is not in ufology, but did have questions. And they are basic political questions that most anybody that is concerned about this planet, Noah, to Micah saying I'm leaving, Micah saying bye. Philip, trolls are usually hurt people trying to hurt people. True, I agree. Galen Tillery. What is an ET? Extraterrestrial? Another word for them is alien. I don't use the word alien because it confuses phrases and words here. Wrong turn to get a new actor. Hi from California. Hello, Alice from California. Anyway, so this guy's asking, and as I understand it, the ETs, there's many different levels of ETs, meaning there are many different groups of ETs coming and going from this planet we lovingly call Earth, or the big blue marble. And that said, you get situations to where you've got UFOs that people don't know are UFOs. You've got, and these are what's flying in the air. So those are off-worlders. Then you've got the ones who do the abductions. That's another group. And out of that group, you've got the group that abduct for the hybridization programs they've got going in order to keep their species going. And they're creating human hybrids, and using women to carry those pregnancies, and usually not to full term. What our full term is 9 months. Well, depending upon which species of ET the genetics have been spliced and diced with, then you're talking about, okay, thank you, Drew, for getting, I was just about to get that one. Thank you, Amy, I appreciate that. So, okay, I want to be sure. Yeah, you're right, whack-a-mole stuff. Anyway, so then you've got another group, I was going to call them faction, but another group that is here that do the cattle mutilations, that do the different other aspects of different, so you got sub-factions or subsections of them. Then you've got the ones that want betterment for humanity. And by betterment, I specifically mean they are here, they're dealing with consciousness, the betterment of humanity for our consciousness, for our brains, for our bodies. Then you've got the all love and light factors. Then you've got the ones who are aggressive. I was going to say not so love and light, and you heard my laugh about that because they're not. They're aggressive. Then there are ones that have a tendency to, as a female, 8-foot tall female ET who was standing not 3 to 6 inches from me, told me, whatever you do, don't say anything to the males because they would rather just rip your heads off. They're the 9-foot tall, and they're a very aggressive race of ET. She was like, females are not really allowed to talk to the males. The males, the reason why these 9-foot tall reptilian style ET are willing to deal with the males in the military is because they find the human males more aggressive than the human females. So they get more of an advantage. Hello to the 49 listening. So they get more of an advantage in dealing with the human males. Well, that gets really convoluted when you're dealing with a 9-foot tall ET who could just easily, take your head and just pop it right off. So that makes a hell of an impression to a human, meaning me, when I am on board a global government ET ship. And by global government, yes, there is a deep state across this planet that deals with, and they are global government agents, global government deep military. They're all part of this program. And you go from that situation right into those are the ones that work, the ETs, those 8 and 9 foot tall reptilian style ETs. You have different ETs that work with global governments of this planet. I've seen uniforms of U.S. officers. So these are the uniforms I've seen on board ET/human ships, and they're different than regular human, or these ET human ships are very, very different in comparison to regular ETs. Hello to the 61. Regular ETs on board their ships. Those ships are morphine metal. They are living conscious metal. Okay? Quite honestly, these are my personal experiences. I don't care if you believe me or not. I know what I'm speaking about. They're my memories from childhood. I'm a lifelong ET abductee. I'm 57 years old. My first memory is at 4 years old, and I've had so many psychics, from friends to strangers, who were all psychics, and every single one of them have told me, oh yeah, you've been abducted. You realize you've been abducted by aliens basically from birth. And I'm like, what? My first memory is at 4 years old, and that's why I keep that picture up on my wall, because that is the butterfly, what we know as the Butterfly Nebula. And as I talk every time now, in every single video, I usually bring this up, or it gets brought up, because at 4 years old, I was on board a ship, and there were a group of us children and a group of adults that were watching over the children, and the ETs were controlling the adults and trying to control the kids. And I have a distinct memory of looking out looking out a mothership. Although I didn't know it was a mothership at the time. I've only long since realized that now. And seeing Earth. And I'm like, what's that? And I remember it from TV shows. And I'm like, this isn't real. And I literally hear, you're safe. It's okay. It is real. You are seeing your planet. My planet, I'm 4 years old. I'm looking at, and that was when I got turned around and brought back into the group. The next thing that I remember, my next memory, is of being in a group, wondering why another window in another section of the ship had such a tall window. And there was just a wall and then this tall window. And I'm now facing inward to the group of kids. There's a number of us there. And surrounding a portion of the kids were the adults. So their backs were like right here and the windows like right here. And you got the wall underneath. And then there were ETs over here and ETs over here. And then a panel behind everybody, and there was some stinky ET over here and some really stinky ET over here. I don't talk about much of that very often. They're the ones that made the room just reek to high heaven. There's a gag factor in there. Eventually, the gag factor dies off in your body, and your body starts to relax because you get adjusted to that smell. Yuck. And so I'm turned around with the other kids. We're all in a circle or a semicircle, whatever. And I hear this whooshing, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. And I turn around, and there's on the wall stairs my size. An adult wouldn't have been able to fit them. Hell, an ET wouldn't have been able to fit them because their feet are too damn long. Just the right set of stairs for a little kid to climb the stairs, and there was a platform with a railing. And I climbed the stairs, and I just knew that was... Because I literally, when I had turned around at one point, I was facing the kids, and I remember thinking, I want to look out that window. I really want to see what's out that window because I need to understand, why is that area black? Why is it black when it wasn't black before? You had light coming through it. And it was a specific kind of light, but there was light coming through it the first time around. And now it was pitch black, and I didn't understand that, being 4 years old. So I climb the stairs, I get up there, and I start, wait a minute, this isn't reflective, this isn't glass. I should be seeing people behind me, but I didn't understand, so I expected to be able to put my hand through the window. It didn't go through the window. It landed on an energy barrier, and so my hand is there, and blue light is shining right around every one of my fingers, all the way down to the palm of my hand, and then coming back up. So here you have this little kid's hand on the window pushing in or pushing out, and you've got this blue ring around every one of your fingers, and it's buzzing. So then you get told, so that's the story. Then you get told you need to come down, get your hand off the window, that kind of thing. And I did. And I eventually came down, and I got into trouble, and so did... And the interesting thing is that the man who picked me up and put me back down, because I think I started to take a step off, if I remember correctly, because I have this memory of starting to take a step down and then stopping myself. We're talking about ET abductions, and when I was 4 years old. You want to know what it's about? That's what it's about. And so Brian is asking, what the F is this? So anyway, and the man that picked me up off the stairs, the human, turned out to be Michael W. Hall of the UFOI team. And he and I ended up meeting in March, April. Yeah, once each month. And then in May, something significantly shifted between he and I because we were in a group setting. And he asked me to come to the UFOI team, the very first meeting, and I think that was at the end of May, and by the end of May, beginning of June, I started watching. That's when I learned about Spaced Out Radio with Dave Scott, and I started watching that show, that broadcast, and that was before Dave was on YouTube. He was on Spreaker. And so I was in the chat most nights because he was doing a 5-day-a-week show and then a 2-day during the weekend show as well. And so it was really interesting. Learned an awful lot back then. 4114 on the numbers. So yeah, it's just hey Robert, it's just been quite the wild ride. As an ET abductee, it's also been really difficult to deal with these subjects, but I feel that it's important. That needs to go. Yeah, Michael died of something to do with his kidneys or cancer. I don't remember exactly what it was, but so last year or the year before last. Somebody take a screenshot of that, would you please? I want that one. That's a frickin' hysterical. Yeah, Michael W. Hall, the paranormal lawyer. Yeah, that's the one, Drew. That was funny. Thank you, Amy, for getting rid of it. I hope somebody screenshotted it because that was actually pretty comical. It's not something I want kept up there, though. Yeah, Ryan, see, I heard some greys poop and pee through their skin. I don't know about pee. I know that they defecate through some of them. There's certain species, certain races of the species that do. Oh, okay. Didn't know that. That's good to know. Thanks, Philip. Could be a defense. Oh, is she? She'd be 100. Yeah, she would be 107, wouldn't she? Born in 1919. Wow, Philip. That's an interesting little fact. Okay, so getting back into Philip, I remember Spreaker SOR. Only chat I've ever joined on Spreaker was Dave Scott's. Yep, that was how I was, and then I came across the S4 bunker. I came across, or the S4 paranormal bunker, or the S4 radio. It depends on what they were calling themselves at the time. So, then I met folks from them as well. So it was real interesting. At UFO I Team started a lot for me in multiple different ways. But with the politics, I told this gentleman that I was talking to yesterday, it doesn't matter who's fighting who. It doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. It doesn't matter to the ETs because what they want is the betterment of our brains. And I know that many different kinds of ETs are very frustrated with how the governments are dealing with it. And I know dealing with all of health and humanity and mentality and not so much the spiritual side. They're not so much concerned about that right now as they are about the higher consciousness states. And for what I've personally experienced with higher consciousness states regarding ETs, it's a really big deal to them. The more that we activate our higher consciousness, the better we become health-wise, the better we become mentally, spiritually, emotionally, and eventually physically. So it's a really, really big deal. And that's why they talked so extensively about higher consciousness, because you raise your frequency when you get into all of that. Reinhard Bester. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and leave that. Philip, question. As a way of sweating. Yeah, they sweat it out. Really rather, I call it sweating it out. It's really rather a gross thought when you think about it. My understanding is ET is highly efficient and reuses its bodily fluids effectively, no waste, make haste slowly. Okay, there are some that do that and some that don't. I cannot deny that because I know that to be true for some of them, but I don't remember the various different races that do it. Okay, yes, energy and frequencies. Yeah, very much energy and frequencies. It all, you have to learn. You have to be willing to learn, and you have to have an open mind. And if you're so closed off, it's going to be truly difficult for you. And that's just how it is. 3515 on the interesting numbers tonight. So this was something very difficult for this gentleman to grasp because he's in an area where two major countries that he loves are fighting. And, or at least that's what I got from him. I mean, picked up energy-wise was that he loves these two countries and they're fighting with each other, and it's just horrible. And I understand that. I mean, I can understand his point of view on it. So he's wanting to ask, hey, Joshua, how you doing? I'm doing okay. I'm tired tonight. It's been a while. It's been a wild couple of weeks, but last couple of days have been long, very long. So it's interesting. I found it real interesting. Everybody has a different perspective as to extraterrestrials, aka aliens. They've got a very different viewpoint. And I was trying to get across to him, it doesn't matter what country that you're living in. They really do want to be seen. Josh, yeah, wild for you too. Okay, sorry, my brain's going in 3 different directions over this right now. Hang on a second. Like I said, I'm very tired. Hi, girl, how's it going? Tired, but good. Doing good. Anyway, so when you get into the, he was asking, well, what about the political of the countries you mentioned? Because that's what I was going to talk about earlier was the military uniforms, the global government military uniforms that I've seen on board human. Yeah, actually, I do. Do you want to sleep? Yeah, I do. Between humans, military, and ET, I mean, you're looking at. I listed off with him. I listed off U.S., Canada, Central America. That continent, but I couldn't think of the country names at the time. England, Brazil. Thank you, Mom. Brazil was one of them. Russia, China, Japan, the UK, France was there. It's a couple of other countries that I remember, but I can't think of what they are right now. And so basically, it deals with quite a lot global governments who know and work with ETs. And it's taken me a long time to figure out the military uniforms. I've had to do extensive, often on years worth of work in order to find the right, because you have to remember something. The military uniforms change over time. And so just because you have a memory of one specific uniform from one country, that uniform will change either shape in the design pattern in some fashion or form on the uniform, or the colors will change even slightly. Well, I know my colors really well. So it will take me, when I do my research on what I start remembering, I will hunt down the year. I'll finally find the country the uniform goes to, and then I will find the year. And that takes a long time sometimes, especially if you're dealing with daily life stuff, and then you're trying to get into these memories that get triggered and to deal all of that. Okay, what is that, Philip? I want to be sure. Let's see. Let's see. I hope it gets better. I'm not from this planet, at least. Yod Anthem Man. Okay, I'm not from the planet, at least. I sure don't feel like it. I can understand that. Burgermeister 91. E.T. I have not met directly. However, I believe they inspire my dreams. Everything is organic. That is the message. Cool roster. Do you want to sleep? Yes, I do. Drew, I remember the uniforms from The Last Starfighter. That was pretty trippy. Yeah, that movie. Yeah, that's an interesting movie. LPS living in these 2805 Brazil. Yes, cool roster. Forget politics. You'll never find a solution. Go rest and sleep, ma'am. Yeah, it's not. Then that's what I was trying to get across to this gentleman, is that there really is no option. As far as I understand it, and it is okay to make it public and talk about it. I've been hearing people talk about, it's going to be happening in Christmas time in December of next year. That's not the time factor that I know. The time factor, now, I'm going to preface this by saying, from my past experiences, even though I get told something by ET, it can change over time because they can change their mind. Let me tell you, that gets to be a real pisser when you're a psychic medium and they're telepathically telling you one minute that this is what's going to happen. Oh, no, we had to change plans. It did this. And that gets real obnoxious sometimes. So, and there are times that they do want things announced. So what I know is that in April, May of 2026, something's supposed to start happening. Sometime in August to October, something else big is supposed to something else that's big is supposed to start happening, but I don't know what. But I do know that it's all ET based. It's all, now I'm starting to twitch. God dang it. I got a twitchy eye. It's because of the lack of sleep and the stress in the body. Sorry, folks. If it gets too bad, I'll have to go in and get some vitamin B6. That usually stops the eye twitching. For me, anyway, fudge buckets, where the hell was I at? Oh, that's what lack of sleep and targeting will get the brain. Anyway, so this guy, I mean, he wasn't getting it. He said he would have to go over, and it is recorded. I told him, I said, you've got my permission, because he was interviewing me. 4717 on the numbers right now. So he was interviewing me yesterday, and he was recording it. And I was like, well, if you do turn this into a podcast, I would very much love a link. I will post it. And he was like, I don't know. I'm going to need a couple of days. I'm like, oh, honey, you're going to need a month for everything that we talked about in the last couple of hours to comprehend everything, because he's a newbie in ufology. So a major newbie. So that, that's going to be a big deal. Evidence for this news clip, news, I don't know, I can't read the rest of it. Joshua Taft, Andrew, yes, for lot for contacts. Whoops, oh crap, I hit a button. Cool, roster, you're extremely tired, go rest, forget about the broadcast, your health is more important. Thank you, my dear. Yeah, I am way too tired, but I do enjoy talking about different things, and I want to be sure this gets out there. Drew, I remember that from old episodes of Unsolved Mysteries, Mexico, UFOs. Yeah. News is saying the Mexican cartels are the ETs. Oh, no, they're not. I like fishing. Who are you? Well, I like fishing. I like fishing too. My name's Nikki Jacobs. I'm a psychic medium. I'm a lifelong ET abductee. I've been abducted since my mom was pregnant with me. I'm 57 years old. I'm also a forced participant in SSP, Secret Space Program, which is also known as the Mars Defense Force, and one of the factions of SSP, one of the programs was Nachtwaffen. Oh, fuck me, I don't remember how the hell you say that word. It's a German word, that's all I know. Nacht. I don't remember how to. Past lifetime I spoke German. Couldn't do it this time. Anyhow, actually I spoke whatever I don't know what the language is of the Swiss. I spoke that. I spoke Bulgarian, Russian, and German. I think were the languages I spoke last lifetime. Anyway, boy, that was a weird memory. So, but the politics, I had to repeat what I was saying to him a number of times because he was asking me the same question about different countries. And I'm like, no, this is across the board. The ETs that I know that do the hybridization programs, because there's multiple programs. And then there's ETs that don't do any of that, but they still do abductions for whatever frickin' purpose. So that's why I say there's so many different groups of ETs who are coming and going from this planet, not only from the planet itself via bases, because there are vast amounts of bases on this planet. You've got the military bases, but then you've got the deep underground military bases, which are called DUMBs, DUMBS, deep underground military bases. Anyway, and then you've got ET government bases, both in mountains. Then I've seen that for myself. I saw that through a Sasquatch's eyes, and that's a whole nother subject. They actually, a group of Sasquatch, actually, 3 of them. Well, technically there were 4 there, but 3 of them were interchanging. I've never talked about that. I have talked about the one. I just haven't talked about all three of them. Anyway, they were interchanging their vision, their eyes, so I could have a different perspective of what the military men were doing. And it was I didn't understand. I thought it was a psychic download. And it wasn't. It was the Sasquatches connecting with me telepathically, but visually telepathically. And they allowed me to see through their eyes a military base that was literally in the process of being built right before the eyes of the Sasquatch, who were cloaked, I might add. So the human men could not see them, 44:19 on the numbers right now. And they were watching. The Sasquatch were watching, and they connected directly to me. And these three watched these military men, and there were a couple of women, and they were doing they were they had a timeline. They were finishing up the timeline that they had. They had a set date that they had to be finished by, and they were getting rid of dirt via different construction methods, and they were finishing up putting on the true entrance to that specific location. I'm going to get myself into trouble here. Can I locate on a map where that base is at? Yeah, I can. Will I? Publicly? Fuck no. There's a reason for that. The reason's not military. It's because of the Sasquatch. And yeah, I've got a smile on my face because of them. If it were not for them, I would give it up in a frickin' heartbeat. But yeah, I've got the latitude, longitude. I've got the ow. Okay, I am being I'm being pinched. How else do you say that? I'm not supposed to say any more on that. Anyway, apparently I'm gonna, I don't know, we'll see if I get into any trouble or not. But, yeah, that's something, but it's up at Mount Baker. I will tell you the mountain range. It's up at Mount Baker in northern Washington. So Washington State in the Cascade Mountain Range. I haven't tracked back the road, but I have there is a road that goes to it. And it's a a converted logging road, and they've got it set up with all kinds of booby traps, baby. The stuff that I'm like, that can't be real. And I get told by Sasquatch, oh, it's real, Nikki. And I'm like, no. They watched them install all of the gear. And I'm like, this is... I couldn't believe what I was seeing, let alone hearing. I heard the orders from the different officers to they were calling them grunts. They weren't just calling them grunts, they were calling them a bunch of other... I'm sorry. I don't have a belief system in being that wicked and nasty to military. I get what they're doing. I just totally disagree with that specific. I mean, they were boots on the ground. I get it. They were more than just boots on the ground. These were the workers putting the underground base. The inside of the underground base was the end of it. They had to have everything picked up out of the forestry area by a set time. And the road could not look like it had certain kinds of prints on the road. I don't know exactly I kind of lost the connection. Well, I didn't fully lose connection with the Sasquatch, but they didn't focus as intently on it, and they didn't focus as intently on the connection between them and I. And so it didn't necessarily fade out. It's just that that was where the Sasquatch's focus decided to go, I'm not so interested anymore, type of thing. But I got the information, and when I looked on maps and stuff, I was able to locate it via their energy, via the Sasquatch's energy, and via the one milk. God, his voice. That voice, I don't think I'll ever forget that voice. That military officer's voice, combined with metal on. It's almost like what it sounds like when you put a metal shovel over gravel and dirt at the same time. I don't know how to describe that sound, but it's a very specific kind of sound. And it was a machinery sound as well as certain kinds of a shovel. It's a very specific kind of shovel. I know the sound. I just can't. I've not been able to identify the specific kind of shovel. I will one day. I know I will. It's not there in me right now. So I know there's a base up there. It's also how I know there's an underwater base off of Whidbey Island. There's an underwater UFO human ET military base right off of Whidbey Island. And that one's got Dracos in it. I'm sorry. Yeah, when I found out that the Dracos were working with human government, I kind of lost my shit over that one, to say the very least. Okay. A very strange noise when you talk. You're tired. Yeah. Helmets worn by the Chilean army for their dress uniform look like a World War II not seen uniform, but made with modern material. Really, Philip? Oh, I gotta look that up. Is this an no, what? Hamlet, that's not okay. That comment's gonna be removed. Yeah, Philip says this stream isn't anti-anyone. Mandela effect is from timeline changes. Ah, yes, the weird shaped helmets, Philip, yeah. Scientist, oh wait. Thank you, Drew. Thank you, Amy. Burgermeister whiskey helps, yeah. Stanheim helmet. Oh, I know that. I know the name of that. Inner City Pigeon. Do you know about this guy named Steve? Yeah, what about Steve Cambion? Knocked. Thank you, Robert. Oh, that's nice. Mastro for, yeah, okay. Burgermeister, were you abducted because of the nuclear weapon program in the western part of our world? No. Monji Martinez, ETs are demons. Absolutely no, they are not. I know what a true demon is versus a wannabe versus evil versus demonics. There's a big difference. I speak German this lifetime, but later in life, not yet. Really? Slavic makes sense. Tony Tigress. There are good and bad ETs like anywhere. Exactly, Tony. I completely agree. Stay clever said hi. Hello. Spawn Demon Child. What about the alien wars in California? Yeah, it's a different ballgame. Manji Martinez. An alien is an intellectual life form. The only intelligent life form is us. It would be a direct contrast and disprove the Lord. That's the only trick the devil has left. Burgermeister says, focus, dude. Philip, Swiss have different language regions. German, Swiss, French, Swiss, and Italian Swiss. I knew my great-grandma. Her dad was French Swiss. Fascinating. Thank you. Inner city. So remote viewing Sasquatch? No, it was a form of telepathic psychic connection. Burgermeister, too much. Philip, Romanian, Swiss, too. Yes. Do it be scary, it can. Amy, what amazes me is the cost. To make the set of 1.5 miles of Eisenhower Tunnel, $260 million, 1979. What would a base cost? That's a very good point, Amy. That's an excellent point. So there's a taxpayer question for you right there, a U.S. government taxpayer question. How much does it cost to build a base? An in the mountain or an underwater base? Where are the scientists trying to figure that out? How much pressure is an underground base going to have to hold up to the pressure of water? It would be more conducive to put it in the ground, combined in a mountain with only a partial section carrying the weight of the water, keeping out the weight of the water. I think about that. That's a pretty big deal. Now, I've come across a UFO base in a lake in Marysville, Washington. And I only came about it because of a girlfriend of mine from a number of years. I've known her since the 1990s. And she got to talking about it here on my channel during a live broadcast. This was, God, Amy, I think this was, 3 years ago? And she was talking about this really strange, unusual lake. And right then and there, I went straight to it in higher consciousness. It was an ET base. They were coming in and out of the water, and that's why the water was that's why the whole area, ouch, around the lake was bad, and ouch, why the locals, couldn't think of what you call people. It's why the locals ended up calling the lake a something. It's a paranormal name. I just don't remember what it is right now. So cool, right? Go to sleep, girl. Thank you. Speaking of which, Roster, are you? I have a question for you, but I'm not going to ask that publicly. Yeah, tired. Mart Guire. Cloaked remote Sasquatch viewing CRSV of alien base build by government and tracking. Yeah, Tammy Little, so do I. Seriously, you can't tease like that. Okay, can't tease like what, sweetie? I'm tired. I'm having a hard time staying on focus. Mike Honcho. So these folks are among us. The get to vote, drive cars, etc. Scary world. Well, think of it this way. There are ETs and hybrids on this planet who are walking, talking, breathing, part of business everyday life. They're driving vehicles, they're flying planes, they're doing all sorts of things. What do you think of that? They look just like humans. You would never frickin' know. Although I do have to say that now that I am very aware of certain races and species of ET that look human that can change the color of their skin from blue to green or from green to blue, or have a clear see-through but yet kind of an iridescence to the top layer of their skin. And that layer can change from Caucasian to blue. Oh no, to that color of blue. Or that color, that dark color of blue. Or to, oh, I can't show that, to green. So, there's that aspect of it. Or they can do a version where they combine the two colors together. I've seen that. You would never know. They would have to trust you implicitly to get from going from the Caucasian to the blue or to the green. They'd have to really trust you. So yeah. English language for speaking rich. Ouch. There is either a stick plot to troll people or a legit crazy. Not legit crazy. Inner city pigeon. This is the guy called Steve Cambion that I found that tries to debunk so many people always. You know, it's interesting, isn't Cambion an ET abductee? Isn't he the one? No, he's not the one. I'm sorry. Never mind. Different person. My apologies. Yeah, I know who Cambion is. The one with the glasses, correct? Dark glasses. Yeah, okay. Sam Coolest Cat. Okay. Philip. Mount Baker Volcanic Plumbing crosses the border into Canada. Yeah. I've seen dozens of his programs. It says Amy. Dottie Slove. Hi, hun. Hey! Are you the tarot? The one that does tarot, Dottie? I figure I better ask while I'm thinking of it. What Bigfoot, huh? Stay clever. What about the fudge packers? Think about, yeah. So I'm supposed to believe she can tap into the eyes. No, I didn't tap into them. They tapped into me. So Manji Martinez is asking, making a statement. So I'm supposed to believe she can tap into the eyes of a Sasquatch. The only people that can do that are bloodline Satanists. This isn't adding up. Well, that's because you're wrong. You're absolutely incorrect about, quote, your quote, the only people that can do that are bloodline Satanists, end quote. That is inaccurate. The only people that can do that are the ones that the Sasquatch allow to view through their eyes, which means they have to freaking trust you implicitly to do it. And I've had I've always thought of it two, but I've had those three in that one session, but I've always thought of it as one, but it's actually three Sasquatch. And then there's a specific Sasquatch in California with a gentleman named Joe Monk, who's given me permission to name him and talk about his property, he and his family's property, and the Sasquatch that run or walk through it, or they love Joe's family, deeply love his family, and they will protect him at great cost. So I've unexpectedly been allowed to see through their eyes as well. And I'm not the only one that can do that. There are a lot of people that can do that. They just choose pretty much not to talk about it publicly. And the ones that do talk about it publicly, they're over on the East Coast. I don't know what ITV is. Can you imitate ITV? I have no idea what that is. If I do, I'm too tired and I'm not recognizing it. Inner City Pigeonette, Amy, what do you think about him? It's the first person I found that does that. Why don't you say the location? Oh, you mean Mount Baker? She's literally ranting out her random paranoid delusions. She could care less about the chat. That's not true. Tonight I just happened to be. You're the first time you're in here. I know that because you're the first time I've seen your name in here. The only reason I haven't gone into chat is because you guys, most of the stuff that's been coming through, has not. I mean, I've got my regulars in here, so I'm not worried about you. If you ask me a question, I will eventually get to it. You have to have, that's called having patience, which means you're most likely younger and you most likely do the scroll by, the 1 minute scrolls, maybe 2 or 3 minutes. But yeah, that sets everybody's brain up. They're now scientifically starting to prove what that does to the brain. These short-term videos, they're medically starting to prove what that does to the brain. Philip, I'm nasty to the corporations who profit off of military, like Halliburton, who put in showers for our soldiers that literally electrocuted them. I haven't heard or read about that one. Philip, send me something on Facebook and Messenger, please. I'd like to research that one. Philip, nasty in my attitude. Yeah, I would tend to agree. It's called The Ending to the Movie Mr. Brooks, says Burgermeister. Oh, okay, war profiteering sucks. Yes, I completely agree, Philip. It really does. It's absolutely not okay in my book. Sorry, it's driving me nuts. Amy to Inner City. I think he is chooses to debunk. I know he routinely slams David. Well, yeah. Inner City Amy. Yeah, that's who I saw him do. Dottie, no one is good but God. Hi. Yeah, God can be. Tammy Little, also in Nevada. Yeah. Tammy. The Saucequists, I don't know who that is, came to me because they were hungry. They brought their little ones. That was in Nevada. Dora Linda Alvarez, has anyone checked out where my blood came from? RH negative doesn't necessarily always mean ETs, so just be aware of that. I've come across so many people that they're like, oh, I'm RH negative or I'm RH positive. And because there's so much misinformation and information in both the paranormal community and in the ufology community. God, yeah, I am too tired for this, aren't I? So it gets really kind of interesting when dealing with the different communities and the different information. You got to be very, very careful. It tripped me out because they cloak. They can cloak. Yeah, Sasquatch. Yeah, okay, so it depends. Some Sasquatch have abilities, others have abilities, but were never trained how to use them. Depends on the clan. The Sasquatch clan, 2721 right now. If you guys can hit the like button for me, please pound the like button, and that'll help with algorithms and things. I appreciate it very much. Watch this guy who has all these synchronicities with owls. Oh yeah, definitely. Are you kin to Richard E. Byrd? No. At least not that I'm aware of. Philip, yep, the Swiss are fiercely independent, yep. Amy, Mike is the Owl ET synchronicity guy. Thank you, Amy. Dora Linda, I'm the only one on both sides of my family that carries Rh negative. Really? Well, that's interesting. Well, now see, that goes right back into just with Rh positive, Rh negative blood, there are many people that say it's only ET abductees that have Rh positive or Rh negative, or that come from ETs. That's not my experience with different people. My experience is that you get some that are and some that are not. And it's the same way with the human female reproductive system regarding what's called PCOS, polycystic ovarian syndrome. And with that medical diagnosis, there are a lot more female abductees that I'm learning about and that I started asking questions about in 2019, because I started seeing a correlation with a lot of women who were PCOS. That's what it's called. Women who are PCOS, or they call them soul sisters. SOULCYSTER. And a lot of the PCOS women are ET abductees, but that doesn't mean that every one of them are. So you've got to figure out where you fall into which category. In other words, do you fall in the category that you're an ET abductee, or that your generation, or that your family lineage is all ET abductee, or are you a one and done, or are you not at all? It's the same thing with the PCOS woman and being an ET abductee. You've got to figure out where you stand. For me, I'm PCOS and I'm an ET abductee. So that's where I fall in that category, and it gets real interesting sometimes. Amy, in today's money, you could easily be in the billions per base for one that is underground. Oh yeah, easily. Sam Coolest Cat says, I'm E.T. Yeah, many people are saying they are. Who? Okay. Anthony, no. Inner City to Amy, I know of Mike, but the guy I found has a different YouTube channel. I forgot his name. His stories are similar to Mike, but without extraterrestrial synchronicities. Jack Twist, I want to breed with an alien. Well, my instantaneous reaction to that is find a female who doesn't want to cut your yang off. That's my first response. That's my first smart-ass response to it. Some do old-fashioned methods and of body manipulation, whereas others don't. How do you say that? What the hell? Tammy, it's the clear ones that follow me. Yeah. What does that have to do with anything? Okay, so next is Tammy again. I call them my chameleons because they get like peaches pink too. Philip, underwater and underground bases, surprising facts The Government Does Not Want You to Know by Richard Sauder, Sauder, PhD, is a book I'm considering browsing. Sounds like an interesting book, Philip. Tony, there are planets populated with... yeah, there can be. There are also... there's a planet that's populated with 12 to 15 foot tall spiders that are mostly black, but they've got gigantic red bodies, and then parts of their legs are red, but then the rest of their legs and the rest of the body are black. Doralinda, bloodline, anything on where my bloodline? I'm the only one on both sides of mother and father that has RH neg. Yeah. Steven Eats Alone, my wife's boyfriend, said space is fake. So I gather you have an open marriage. So the boyfriend, how old is he? That is what I would be asking that. Brendan Murphy says space isn't fake, it's just different form of water. Just a minute, guys. Jack Twist is asking, can you sex with a Sasquatch? Not a clue. I would think of that would be ripping a new hole. Yikes. Tammy, I'm most definitely ain't into the Satan cult thingy, and I tell you what, you're right. That's not true. Huh? Yeah, there are cults that deal with that, but what you had specifically said is not factual. Space, that's a personal opinion and a personal belief. What I've experienced is not that at all. Amy, space is mostly a vacuum, not much matter at all. It's real, though. Thank you, Amy. Tammy, I have different species coming around me. I'm interested in them, and they're interested in me. But when I try to get close to him, they veer off. Am I late? Boxing boy, what do they do to the brain? Oh, a lot of things. Hey, Paramarv's in the house. Hey, Para. Hello, Abus. G5. Tammy, patience. Gotta have patience. I mean, because I'd like to say a lot to her, but I don't know how. Yeah. Para. It's timed out. Okay. Battleliner, yes. Amy, that truly... Because there's not just Sasquatch that are around me, especially that truly believe is because there's just not Sasquatches that are around me, especially the ones with wing. Huh? Okay, Amy, that's not making sense. Can you speak German? No, I can't. Dottie, do you believe in Jesus? Yes, I do. I've seen him personally. A couple times, in this lifetime and in a past lifetime, walked and talked with him. In his lifetime. Tammy, I have asked them, are you an angel? They say no. I have asked them, or are you with demons? They say no. I have asked them, what are you? And they just, I'm not allowing to say. Okay, Tammy, extraterrestrials are neither demons, and I know you're talking about Sasquatch. Extraterrestrials are not demons, nor are they angels. Sasquatch are neither demons, nor are they angels. ETs and Sasquatch are a different being. They are physically alive like we are in the flesh. Angels and demonics and paranormal mostly live in the ethereal dimensions, realms. Para, hey folks, don't forget to hit the like button when you can. It helps the show. Yep. Hang on. Jack, what do ETs get out of certain kind of probing? Genetic material. Yeah, Tammy, you've talked about Rh factor negative. Wishing love and light to you and your family this Christmas. Hello. Y2 slow X. Hello. Because if I ever need blood transfusion, I can't have my son. Our blood don't match. Yeah, that's a little on the strange side, but, you know, it does happen. Jimlin, have a very... Oh, no. Nope. Yeah, an unlung won't impress them much. Yeah, Robert, it won't. Giant spider meat apparently tastes like crab. Oh my god. That's actually really funny, Philip. Thank you for the laugh. I appreciate it. What's your favorite James Webb discovery so far? Butterfly Nebula. Although there's a few others, but that's my main one. Really, Philip? What's your favorite? Okay, Philip says, I've seen human Sasquatch romance and erotica. Oh, dear. That's the whole new... What's the weirdest looking alien you know of? Oh. The weirdest. Well, I don't know about the weirdest. Because actually I kind of like most of them. Minus the ones who are really on the more violent side. I could do without them. There's one, it's kind of like an ant head with a mantis type body. Kind of a tanny brown in color. Bits of green around the neck and head. The only way I can describe it is it reminds me more of an ant head with the pincher feel, and that's not pinchers, with the feelers or the antenna at the top. And the antenna, God, I have not talked about this. The antenna, they come up straight, and then they can turn and, oh my God, I just had a flashback of a memory from childhood of a TV show, The Martian. Now, you're talking, what, the 60s? I think. There was a TV show where he was green at one point and he had little things coming up and they moved. That's what just popped up into my head. But the ET looked very much like from like the lower part of the neck down, the rest of the body was mantis or mantid. But from the specific neck up, it was like an ant, but with these, I don't know what to call them, these antennae that moved and that did this. It was like they were sensing something in around the area, environment surrounding them. The ET where I saw her head, the back of her head open up like this and become flaps, I was so stunned and so shocked by that. I never found that weird. I did at first, but then I mean, God, she had the most beautiful face. Just absolutely beautiful. So, I mean, like from here all the way around, she had this human looking face, but going to the back and going down underneath her chin and the rest of her body, completely different. Totally and completely different. So the head was bigger. The head was bigger than a human. So her head was, let's see if I can do this on camera. Her head was about out to here. It was about that big. So about that. Yeah, it's about right. Oh God, she had just a beautiful face. No hair. Beautiful skin too. Her skin was, anyway. No makeup. She was just, gosh, she was just beautiful. But the weirdest one would be the ant head on the mantis body. So hopefully that answers some questions. Daniel, hey everyone, happy Sunday, Bigfoot pirate haunts. Bigfoot Pirates Haunt My Balls by Chuck Tingle. This says Philip. Just look up an IRL title. That's one. Oh my God, Philip. That's funny. Hey, have you watched Pop Demon Hunters? No, I haven't. Prep for DNA. Stay clever. Thank you, all my mods, for timing folks out and doing different things. My favorite Martian. Thank you, Robert. Tammy, I've only seen the Sasquatches cloaked, but the ones with wings, I've never seen a Sasquatch with wings, not ever. I'm not discounting you, I'm just saying I've never seen it. The other entities and stuff, they're clear with cloak too. I don't have no 12 talk to about this. What are these other entities be? Okay, what country are you from, Tammy? My favorite Martian, says Karen. Thank you, Tammy. I'm from Nevada. I was born in Las Vegas. I know all about the aliens and alien things, but these other entities that are around, I am trying to figure them out. Thank you, Para. My favorite Martian, 1963 to 1965. Thank you. Couldn't remember. I kept wanting to say like the late 50s into the early 60s, and I couldn't understand that. Now I understand why. It was 63 to 65. Yeah, there's all sorts of things in Nevada. Let's just put it that way. Sorry for the big swallow. My throat's starting to bug me. Haven't even begun on 3iAtlas. Anyway, so 3iAtlas, I had a conversation about 3iAtlas both yesterday and today. quite an interesting conversations. I kind of wish both conversations were recorded. Really fascinating stuff that different people talked about, and things that they know. So I have talked about, I'm going to give it a little bit more of a conversation regarding what I saw, because when I was talking to somebody earlier today, he was asking essentially for more clarity as to what I was saying about the beginning of the ship of 3iAtlas and the front, how the front of it looked. It kind of reminds me of a torpedo in a way, but not quite. I validated some of his information because of other people that I know that have seen 3iAtlas, whether they were remote viewing or in astral or doing higher consciousness, which is what I do. Hello, Maximus. I do not like chai. No. I don't even know what the rest of that is. So Jack is asking, have you written a book I'd be interested in reading? I've been working on a book off and on for a lot of years. Bring you the news. Your news topic. Hey, news topic. Okay, and what's your point, news topic, with making that statement about global stability? Because if you don't have a point about it, then we're going to move on and I'm going to remove that. So with 3iAtlas, so my friend was asking me to clarify. So 2026 on the numbers. Thank you, folks. And so when I clarified what I was saying to him, yes, Mothman is real. Okay. Thank you, Tammy, for clarifying. Tammy is clarifying, saying, no, I'm not saying Scott's Sasquatch has got wings. These are different entities with wings. I've never seen a Bigfoot with wings. Okay, that's what was coming across. That's why it was getting confusing. Thank you. Okay, that's gonna go. And so is that. Jack Twist is asking, is Mothman real? Yes, it is. News topic, 3iAtlas activated after passing Earth at closest approximate heartbeat. Pulses detected across X-ray, UV, and optical wavelengths, defying all comet models. Yeah, it's because it's a frickin' ET ship. Okay, Tammy, thank you. So when he asked me to clarify, I did, and he said, so basically, are you saying it's like one giant window? And I'm like, yeah. Well, he actually said, is it like one giant, lots of windows, but all on one opening? And I'm like, well, yeah, it's one gigantic window from the side, wrapping around the front and coming around the other side. And then 3 levels. And I told him, I said, what is weird to me is that I could hear my footsteps on the metal. So that's what made me question if this was some kind of ET global government ship, because the metal is what sounded just like on ET human ships I've been on with regards to SSP. Now, saying that, I also know that there's a lift between those three levels, those three floors. And that lift is a true ET lift. Meaning it has, as my friend had said and restated for me, so basically that lift has more safety parameters around it. And I was like, yes, correct. Whereas in SSP, you have an 8-foot tall, a 8 foot tall reptilian. No, she was 8 feet tall. I know better than saying that. My brain will start pestering the ever-loving shit out of me if I make that as a mistake, so I'll end up having to correct myself later. Anyway, 8-foot tall ET who was standing between 3 and 6 inches from me, and she was the one who was telling me and my other human partner who was standing to the left of me, keep your arms at your side because you get them anywhere near the edges of the air that's whipping by as we're going up. We're on the platform and it's flying up at an enormous amount of speed, and you'll get your arms ripped off. And I said, so basically what happens is that you have to keep even your pants and your feet fully and completely away, and your sleeves, you need to make sure that your sleeves don't get caught in the force of air, because the force of air will literally pull your arms right into the air, kind of like there's a little tiny air gap, air shaft. I don't know what else to call it. It's really super, very, very thin. But it has enough power to where it will literally shear off a hand, an arm, whatever. And it's like it shears it off like it's cauterized. Couldn't think of what the word was. And yet on the real ET ship, you don't have that. Yeah, you've got to keep your hands to your side, but it's nowhere near as that severe. There's no section. There's no Burgermeister sounds like a Russian elevator. Really? Well, thank you for that. Do tell more about that, Burgermeister 91. I would very much like to hear more about that. Yeah, Jack Twist, I would tend to agree. Emmett1 says, hi. Hello. RC6065, have a good night. Have a good night. Tammy, I was born in 65. I was born in 68, so we're 3 years apart. United States out of Las Vegas, but... Okay. Anton, hello. Moo13, what's going on here? We're talking about extraterrestrials, 3iAtlas, human politics about ETs, and there's an open forum going on. And we also talked about the movie Lucy. Okay. Sajitakon 5352 says, you remind me of Jonathan from Glasgow. He was a proper... Okay. His work in the field of aerospace dynamics radicalized the West. Truly astonishing seeing him again. Tobacco. Hey, girl. 3i blind. Yeah. Burgermeister, think about it. What country has closed cities and has the largest comet impact in recent history? Yeah, you could probably have a conversation with Amy over that. She'd be one to have a good conversation with on it. Anyway, regarding oh yeah, Mako, Muko, 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 Muko Mu. Thanks for the recap. Do you think aliens are here already? Are they good or bad or both? They're both. Yes, they've been underground for a vast amount of years. There is a form of an inner Earth. That much I know. You've got a wide range of different kinds of ETs. You've got ones who are doing hybridization programs. You've got ones who are doing hybridization programs via implanting an egg or a fertilized egg. You've got ones that are abducting humans and pairing them up with human-like that we are physically compatible. So you've got that. They usually have their babies to full term physically. The ones that are surrogate mothers do not. Their infants are removed anywhere from 6 weeks to 3 months or more, depending upon the species of ET that they did the splicing and races, species of ET that they did the splicing and dicing of the DNA with. Then you've got ones who deal with different kinds of abductions of animals. Then you've got ones who are monitoring things. You've also got ones who are love and light, solely love and light. Then you've got ones who are thinking about the human collective, the human higher consciousness states. Then you're also dealing with different kinds of ETs who are aggressive. Then you've got ones who are truly violent, and the ones that want all control. So you got a long range of different kinds of ET coming and going off this planet, whether it's from their own hidden bases, whether it's in water, or whether it's in a mountain, or for whatever reason, I was literally just shown a lava tube. Whoa. Where the hell is an ET base that has a lava tube? The lava tube is, wow. That is one big lava tube. Holy crap. Sorry, that I still very much see part of that. Holy cripes. Holy cripes. They're using the lava tube as a landing, as shuttles coming and going from the wow. Okay, didn't expect to get psychic visions tonight. So whatever ET race, species, or group this is, there is some kind of underground ET base. I don't know if it's ET military, but it feels like it's totally ET. They're coming and going out of a lava tube. Yeah, okay. This is underwater. They're coming and going out of a lava tube. The lava tube goes up. I can't tell if it circles around to the right or if it circles around to the left. There's some kind of curve in it. And then it goes up some more. It's away from water by this point, and it goes up into what I would only classify like a docking bay. And I don't mean for water. I mean it's almost like a landing pad. Holy crap, it goes into an inner city. Holy shit. Can you give me latitudes and longitudes? Lat and longe. No, but I can see it in my head. That's gonna not give me anything. That lava tube can be... Okay, I just got told it's off the California coastline. Holy crap. Well, my first thought was Catalina Island, but that's not psychic. That's Nikki being Nikki. Holy crap. There's red. It's almost like... It's almost like when they're coming and going. This lava tube is empty, but there's like red tinges of red, orange, and yellow around the sides of it when the ship goes through the tube. When many ships go through that tube, one after another, God, I don't even know what's happening in this. I just know what I'm seeing. Maybe somebody in, not astronomy, somebody in aerodynamics can explain this to me. But when the ships are going through, they're at the beginning. So like here's the end of the tube, right? Excuse me, when the ships are coming in, the tube is black. But when the ships are coming through, like right here, it's like something towards the middle to back end of the ship is heating all that blackness up and turning not the ceiling or the bottom, but the sides. It starts with red, orange, and then yellow. And it looks like it reminds me of the colors of lava. That's what it reminds me of. And the tubes are just big enough for the machines to go through. Wow. Off the coast of California. Holy shit. Oh, I'm gonna have to go figure this out via the I need a topographical map to figure this one out. 'Cause I'm starting to see that lava tube goes a long ways. So it's not going to be seen from the city. Ships will not be seen coming and going from the water from the city, from any one of the California coastline cities. Wow. That's incredible. And the speed at which these ships come out of that lava tube, holy crap. There's some kind of energy, I want to call it a vortex, I don't know what else to call it. It's like it's blue in front of the ship. It's spinning around and around and around. You know what that reminds me of? It reminds me of sonic waves. There's something about sonic waves. It's like there's blue spirals in front of the ship. You've got the ship here. it's producing these blue spirals out, and at the back end, middle to back end, you've got this, it's turning everything hot. But because the water, it keeps its shape. Fascinating. Really fascinating. Okay, I'm just so stunned by what I just saw. Okay, a lot of timed out stuff. Okay, let's see. There's a number of really good questions in here. Hang on a minute. Let me get, moo cow. Yeah, okay. Emit 1. What created AI controls humanity, left AI in charge, and ran them holes? Moo cow. Can I ask what the difference between ETs and aliens are? Sorry for my ignorance. There's nothing. But on this planet, when you use the word aliens, it typically refers to, oh God, brain fart. From country to country, I can't think of what that's called at this second. I am too tired. I can't think of what that's called. All I can think of is political asylum right now, and that's not the right phrase. Anyway, and so when you define it more, the old term of aliens used to get put off in two, and now immigrant. Thank you, Paramarv. Appreciate that. Okay, I gotta find where the hell I was before. So yeah, so that's why ET is short for extraterrestrial. And when I've talked to the ETs before, this is a number of years ago, they were telling me, we don't want you calling us aliens. It is offensive. Well, I understand that. It's offensive when certain humans call each other other names, and so it makes sense. So everybody's got their own take on different things. So, and that way they don't get confused with humans on this planet who are immigrating from one country to another. Seriously, thank you, Paramarv. I'm having problems with my words tonight, and it's just, like I said, it's partly because I'm tired, partly because of my dyslexia, and partly because of the targeting. So there we go. Amy Emmett, I hope so. Humanity can barely handle the internet with dignity. AI is noxious. Yes, I agree, Amy. Burgermeister, the only strategy is to quiver the East Coast. It's in the Americas. Okay. Bakugos Nerd. Cluster of galaxies in the background. I forgot what it was called. That's the Butterfly Nebula. Tammy, Black Mountain is a dominant volcano in Las Vegas. Well, it's actually in Henderson. Burgermeister, it's never obvious. Yeah. Paramarv, like the new Madrid fault at Burgermeister. Yes, says Tammy. If it connects with Mount Shasta. That's a good question. That's a really good question, Karen. Burgermeister 99, possibly. Tammy does underground, and it comes out of the water, out of California's ocean, or out of Lake Mead. They're drying up like the humans are. Never mind. No. Okay. 3 green charms. Are you for real? And can you contact my grandmother? Her name is Lucille Ball. I can contact pretty much whoever, It's if they choose to come through. The person who has the grandmother, no matter who the grandmother is, oh, my back. The spirit has to be willing to come through. And if they don't want to talk, they don't. So usually when that happens, some other spirit comes through for the person. So that's an answer to your question. If they want to talk, they'll come through. And it may not be right timing. That's the other factor you got to think of. If you have a psychic and you want to specifically hear from someone, and you haven't told the psychic that, that's fine. But I highly recommend that before you go to the psychic, whoever that is, psychic medium, that you specifically verbally, it's really better if you do it both in your mind, say it from your mind, like you're doing self-talk, and then verbalize what you want, and that spirit to come through, and usually they will. So, and you'll get validation in different forms as to if it's the right person for you, or right spirit that's coming through for you. Usually the person will come through with somebody else because there'll be a tag along. It really shouldn't be called a tag along, Nikki, but sometimes that's kind of how it works. Interdimensionals can be aliens. That's from Philip. Interdimensionals, yeah, interdimensionals can be extraterrestrial. Tammy Little, I gotta go. Okay, I hope you have a good night, dear. Burgermeister, if to this day the scientists can't figure out how the pyramids were built, something is being hidden from view. Yeah, that I agree with Paramarv. Bye. Have a good night, Tammy. Bobby McKnight. Hi there from BC, Canada. Enjoying the chat. Hello, Bobby. Come on in. Have a seat. Grab a cuppa. Cuppa, whatever you wanna. Hello, Syrup. I don't even know how to pronounce that. Maxwell 20. Okay, nope, we're not doing that kind of political. Will not do that. Moo Cow. I've hiked the lava tubes in southern Oregon. Have you really? Cool. It actually is cool. John McCauley. My son is 6 and loves stars and space. He knows all of the planets and not planets, laugh out loud. The Milky Way, Virgo. Look at super. Nice. Good. What else can I do to help him learn more? Be open if he is truly wanting to get more involved. Encourage every subject he is interested in. Just encourage it. Let him explore and until he is done with the subject. And if he gets bored, find other avenues that may not be so boring to him. Each child is so different in how they learn and how they retain information and how they keep their attention. So you'll know when that kid no longer is interested after you've found other alternative ways to maybe keep that specific subject going. If after even the second time he is not interested, then he's done. Move on to find something else, maybe in the archaeology or the stars or this. There's so many different subjects revolving all of that. So it's finding the right one that he's interested in. And you never know. You may end up having a kid who becomes a scientist, or you may have a kid who becomes an astrophysicist. You'd just never know. Oh, this isn't a space channel. No, it's not. Bobby McCauley. Okay. Bobby McKnight, sending you golden light for healing. Breathe it in and visualize in it. Your pain, dear. Thank you. I appreciate that. John McCauley, I've seen this thing. What is the hot fuzzy orb that can shrink and grow in size? It's evil. What is it? There's numerous different kinds of orbs. Orbs themselves are not evil. It depends on what's in them. There are things that can be evil. There are things that typically are not. Fae are in, use orbs. ETs use orbs. Some spirits use orbs. Even some angels use orbs. It doesn't happen all that often, but that does happen. Ouch. So keep that in your memory banks. God, I really got off the subject tonight regarding the 3iAtlas. What I was talking about early was the beginning of the ship. And the beginning of the ship reminds me of like a giant submarine base. Or not a base, but a submarine. The beginning nose of a submarine. It's rounded, and for them, the inside appears to look like glass, like you can see all the way through it. But when you're facing it, it looks like rock. It literally looks like rock we have here on Earth. Well, in my estimation, anyway. And so, finally. There were 3 levels. The bottom level had 6 ETs on it at that given moment in time. The top level had 3 or 4, and then a bunch of them in the kind of off in the darkness, but they were dealing on either side. They were dealing on either side of the ship, so you've got this upper level. And all 3 levels stopped. There was like a weird wall. And beyond that wall were multiple different levels. At the front of the ship, it was really spanned out. And yeah, it did come with other ships around it. But I didn't. I know other people who can describe them and what they visually saw in astral. I felt them because I went straight through into the ship in my higher consciousness state and was walking on the ship. And I don't know. I know I appeared to them, and I must have appeared to them. I must have looked like I was in a hologram form. But I wasn't. I was in higher consciousness state, and it's the very first time I actually walked in higher consciousness state. I'm usually doing all kinds of energy work when I'm in that state, but this was different. So yeah, it's a ship with numerous different races or species, numerous different species of ET. Some were in stasis, and others were in the process of sleeping. Stasis, they were in a tube upright around certain walls, and the ones that were not, they were in a tube-like container, kind of. So here you've got the tube here. You've got an ET here that's in stasis. When the tube comes down, I call it a tube because I don't know what else to call it. It's like a sleeping pod. It has this clear, I don't know what it is. I don't know what the material it is, but it's clear it starts to come up, and then it's like it just disappears into it just disappears. I just don't know what else to call that. But this in this mode and that mode, it's in sleeping position for the ET inside of it. When it's upright like this, it's in stasis mode. And quite bluntly put, we've talked about this before. Mars has a base on it, and it would be one of the first lines, of defense of this galaxy for us. It's not really the first, but it's the closest one to Earth. Then you've got the moon, and the moon is its own base, and it would be a line of defense, but I don't know for how much or how long. So there's that aspect of it. But orbs can be anything. They can be Sasquatch. They can be Fae. They can be ET. They can even be a human who's learned how to do the shape shifting inside the machine, the ET machine, that can condense it and bring it back up to size again. Milk with a bit of coffee in it. I'm curious your thoughts on cryptids, says Moo Cow. I have a theory that many paranormals, ETs, and cryptids are maybe just alternate realities, but the veil is thin there. That's why some places have so much action. I needed that. There we go. Okay, so in order to answer that question, cryptids are very real. Paranormal, you're dealing with the ethereal. So you're dealing with quantum level stuff. ETs and cryptids are both in the physical, but here's the difference. When it comes to ETs, they do what's called phase shifting. Not all of them have that ability. Some of them have to use a device to do it. Others use their own abilities, and they phase shift naturally. It's where they literally raise their frequency so high. Sorry, I thought I was getting a mediumship message. Okay. It's where they raise their frequency so high in their body that they literally shift the reality that they're in, because our human eyes do not, quote unquote, do not have the cones, 3131 on the numbers. They do not have the right amount, the right number of cones in our eyes. Christian, you're here. Hey. Catching you late tonight. Do you start at a certain time on Saturday? Yes, I usually do. I usually start at 10 p.m. Pacific time, but tonight I had to eat. I had to take care of myself before I came on, so I chose 10:30. And I'm 2 hours and 28 minutes into it, and I, quite honestly, I didn't expect to be on beyond an hour, so the fact that I'm 2 hours and 30 minutes into this, yeah. Do you catch it? Do you start? Okay, Silver Death. Hello, Nikki. How are you doing today? Really tired. Really tired, but I'm here. Okay. Okay, hang on a second. Let me... Producer 308179.3 is calling bullshit on something, but no idea what. They're calling more bullshit. Okay. They're calling more bullshit, and somebody is saying, "Oh, she's on crack." Oh, that's nice. New beginning. Lady, go to sleep. Thank you, Paramarv. Joe Reed, leave the meth alone. Joe Reed, leave my chat. Okay, so let me go back and let's read some of these longer ones because they're pretty interesting. Okay, thank you, Para. I appreciate that very much. Okay, it's on cryptids. Okay, so cryptids, that's what I was going to say. So ETs and cryptids. Yeah, some cryptids can't, can shapeshift. Some can do the conscious shifting where they're, what I just described. They can shift into a different reality. And our human eyes do not have enough cones, quote unquote, cones in the CONES in the eyes to be able to see the quantum level fields, so to speak. So that gets real interesting. Burgermeister, first human flight 1900, space 1969. We are being distracted and need to focus on our universe. Yes, I totally agree, Burgermeister. The Hall, Philip. The Good Witch of the North uses an orb to travel. Yes, she did, didn't she? Philip Blair said hi. Hello. John Macaulay. I was talking to my mom in her bedroom and she saw something. Her face turned white and froze with fear. I leaned into her gaze because she was looking behind me. I asked, "You okay?" And I felt something hot on my shoulder. I freaked out. Kinda don't remember what happened. I was laughing and crying hysterically and yelling, "What the F?" over and over and over. And while this was happening, I felt like I wasn't in control of my body. Inside, I felt empty and sick. It was the most terrifying experience of my life. My mother told me she saw an orb that looked like the snow screen on a TV. Oh, lovely. John goes on and says, it grew from the size of a gold ball as it got closer and grew to the size of a beach ball and shrunk back down again about halfway and went through us both. I stayed at a neighbor's house for 3 days. I wouldn't go back into the apartment. Gee, I can't say as I blame you. I was 14 years old. It was apartment 5 at the in Albany, Oregon. Wow, that place haunted as F or whatever it was. He says this was he believes it was 2010. Wow. Only other experience I had was on different street in Albany as well. I don't remember the address, but it's a low number address, like 6 or something. Saw a dude in a tip hat smoking a cigar wave at us. Okay, so, well, that was an interesting story, John. Thank you for sharing it. Let's see, Burgermeister, Philip said hi. Burgermeister, temporal space and time. Yeah, there are temporal shifts, so it can really be quite significant. Feeders, yep. Burgermeister, the unknown is when we dream we are feeding feeders to the ETs, as you say. Yeah. Let's see. Lady, go to sleep. New beginning. Yeah, no kidding. Okay. Moo Cow, thanks for the in-depth explanation. I draw cryptids and just finished a squonk. Wish I could show you. Karen, if this doesn't resonate with you, keep scrolling. Paramarv says, agreed, Karen. John says, I spoke to the owner later and he didn't smoke, but smells smoke in his living room a lot, assuming it was an old man ghost. It's very possible. Government asshats are known to do that too. But I would be asking why they would be at his place, if that was them. Rockstar Mao, that's so weird about Albany, Oregon. I live in that next town over. Oh, wow. Christian says, I've seen an orb in a pic I've taken, but I haven't noticed with my own eyes other than a pic. Yeah, that makes sense too. That happens a lot. It's easier to catch the orbs in camera and film than it is to do other things. So yeah, it gets real interesting. John says, feeders for the ET. That's kind of spot on, I guess. Did it suck the life from me? Well, John, there are some ETs that do eat humans. Some humans that eat ETs, I'm sure. I don't know that one for sure, but that would not surprise me one bit. Oh, I gotta have one of these. I am just really hurting. Matter of fact, I think we're gonna do something else, something I don't normally do. So, what else do we got? Aliens. Chicago's finest aliens. Hello, Chicago's finest. I know, you wrote aliens. Yeah, that's not your name. I get that. Sorry. Little tired at the moment. Theater, no society progresses at the pace we are without help. Budget, maybe they only perform for money. Toby Keith making Ghost E.T. jerky. Budget outdoors. I've stayed in the Amity House. Myrtle's Plantation. Did you really? What was Myrtle's Plantation like? And more, and never seen or heard a thing. Really? You never heard? Wow, that's kind of amazing. That would be really come on. Thank you. I would be really fascinated with that. See how everything was going. Be asking questions. There's a building. Oh God, I think it's New York. Drew and Para, you know this house. I always goof this house up every frickin' time, no matter what I say or do. I always goof this one up. But it's in New York. I never remember the name of the house, and it's got a portal out in the side yard. That makes life real interesting. So you just gotta be careful and go with the flow. Society progresses at the pace. Sasquatch. Okay, budget. Maybe they only perform for money. Mackerel jerky. Hello, gluton. Mackerel jerky. Yeah, that's fish jerky. Not too bad. I don't know. Anne Schlinkerling? Absolute bullshit. What qualifies you to talk on this subject? If you so tired, go back to bed. And what makes you so bitchy? Two can play that game. I am... What makes me qualified? I live an ordinary daily life. The problem is that I'm an ET abductee lifelong. If you don't like that, can't handle that, then this channel is not for you. I talk extensively about my ET abductions. I talk extensively about being a first participant in a government program from the time I was 8 years old. I talk extensively about angels and demons and about paranormal, vast paranormal. I've had some very famous people come to talk to me that are on the other side. Some of them I will not name publicly. And others I have talked about publicly. I just don't talk about them very often. Although the one that I do talk about the most often, probably throughout the entire show, is Capone. And only because it's more, I do more of a talking about him to kind of forewarn people, because he likes to go towards the women to scare the shit out of women. And I personally know that from experience. So, yeah. And you got to gain his respect, which is, that's a whole nother subject. Hell, he had to gain mine. I don't even know if I would call it respect. But I call it interesting, call it fascinating, that's for sure. Paramar of Amityville, yeah. Mukau, I'm going to go to bed. Thanks for your info and time, Night Alt. Thank you, I appreciate that. Tag Sigma, if Adam and Eve were the first humans and they were... go look into your science history books, Tag Stigma. Philip, society progresses at the rate careerists, academics die. This is called mass panics principle. Mass Panks principle. Philip says, seriously, Burgermeister, spend time in Grey Gardens. Lizards is a hoarding house of life and love. Oh, that's interesting. John, do you live in Oregon? You seem familiar. No, I'm in Washington State. Depends, John, on what different groups you may be in. You may have seen my face in different paranormal groups, ufology groups, UFO groups, ET groups, quite a few. And only in the last 2 years, year and a half to 2 years, have I made comments in any of the social media other than my own. So, Burgermeister, we got it. What's your most impactful experience? Impactful. Well, the one that sticks out the most... Oh, there's a lot. What is your most impactful experience? That experience at 4 years old. So I would have to classify... Ouch. I would have to... Sorry, back injuries don't have a tendency to be too fun. So I would have to classify that in different sections of my life. So there's that experience. Then there's the experience where I was 7 years old. So that's 4 years old, being on board an ET ship. My next one is at age 7, when I had an female ET return me home, and I begged and pleaded with her to reveal herself to me because she was in her phase shift form to where I couldn't see her because we were no longer on ship. So that's part of their protocol, is to be invisible within people's homes. And I begged and pleaded for many, many minutes for her to show me what she looked like. And I lost my ever-loving frickin' mind. So that's one. Another one when I was 10 years old, on a trip Washington State to New York City, New York, car trip. And there were two during that trip that really stuck out, and two incidences. One is when I was in the car and saw buckboard wagon. I can't think of that. That's not the right exact term, but anyway. Saw someone driving a wagon. The first image I saw was of a carriage, like one of those black kind of carriage with two people in it, being hauled by horse. The buckboard, ouch, had people in it, and they saw that on a street that was carrying cars. And my mom and her best friend didn't see a thing. Next one after that is when I'm 17, 18, and I've got my hands on and am reading a book that was gotten out of the government, which is one of the reasons why I got which is one of the original reason why I got targeted, because I asked a retired CIA agent about the book to find out if it was real, and 4 days later, I got heavily targeted by government agents that were CIA. Bobby, I will have to... When I can get a chance and I'm not so extremely drained, I'll try and get back in and look at that. Okay, Bobby McKnight, 5403. From the 19th to 24th, we are moving into a higher consciousness and evolving, which more than likely you are aware. I feel I was abducted when I was 15. Can you read, I think you mean into it, into this, Nikki? Yeah, I'm too tired for that, hun. If it comes, it comes, and I'll tell you. But if it doesn't, then it's going to have to be something that I'll focus on later. John, get a book signed by an inmate, which was wild. You've been to Alcatraz. Okay, that makes more sense. Philip, formerly Oregon. It's been a long time since Washington State was called Oregon Territory. Yeah, that's for sure. Annie Olden said hi, hello. Bobby McKnight. Sorry, what I meant to say is, can you read into this, or do you do private channeling, Nikki? I will do private mediumship readings periodically. I do not charge for them because I am of the opinion if it comes, it comes. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And if it doesn't, then I'm not the psychic for you. It means you got to move on to somebody else. And I will typically give a person anywhere from 1 to 3 names, and you will get your answers. Usually what happens with me is I'll get some information and then but we have to be talking. That's how I'm not an on-demand psychic. That's the thing. If it comes, it comes. My field of expertise really is out in the field, or on team services and getting the job done and getting energy moving and flowing. I have a tendency to be a good psychic, but at the same time, I focus on other things, if that makes sense. And I focus on the ET stuff, so there's that aspect of it too. Older sections. ET Maroke, I'm here. Darren Beeks, 22. Hello. Hayden Chu, hello. Okay. Cuban Crisis. I've seen 4 different types of alien. Okay. Do they attach to objects? Glutathione? Do they attach to objects? Do what attach to objects, dear? Be specific. I'm not trying to be rude. I want you to be specific. I'll admit a bit overwhelming hearing for the first time. Yes. Trust me, that's how that guy on Friday felt. He was very overwhelmed by the information that I talked about. He wanted to know real specifically about the political side of the ETs. And yeah, there is a political side, but there's not at the same time. At one hand, you've got ETs who really do want love and light, but you've got, they're very upset and not happy at all over the different situations on this planet. They get very, very upset over that. Then you've got situations to where the ones that are doing hybridization who are talking about how the hybrids are all going to come together in some fashion or form, and they're going to help humanity. And that's awesome. I get to see my kids again. That's a big deal. Hang on. It is overwhelming. I totally understand that for a first-timer. Bobby, it's okay, Nikki, no problem. I understand. Yeah, I that's one of the reasons why I don't charge. I mean, yeah, I could be making money hand over fist, but I have a belief system about certain things. I have a very strong belief system about certain things, and there's certain aspects of my abilities I will not charge for, and others that I will. So, but I haven't charged yet. I just haven't. My family thinks I should. I've got other people in my life that think I should. But I've got very specific belief system, especially when it comes to emergency paranormal. You can really screw a situation up if you don't know what the hell you're actually doing, and make sure that that paranormal stays away from that family, from that situation, from that person, from that property, whatever. And people get very upset with me. That's fine. They have a right to, but I have this very strong belief system about if you've got paranormal going on in your home, and I mean, it's to the point to where you've got a spirit who is so pissed off that they're throwing glasses at one of your own children. You've got different things, whether it's on video camera, different things that are no way could be set up in advance to make some kind of fake frickin' story. Get very upset over that one. Anyway, when you've got paranormal charging somebody because they are desperate, that's what happens. They're desperate. They're in a desperate situation because they are at their wits' end at this stage. And you've got to make the determination, is it a teenage girl that doesn't know her own abilities, or is something going on with the teenagers or the children in the house? And I'm not talking about SA. I'm talking about something completely different. Is it behavioral? Is it brought on because of food allergies, or brought on because of the wrong foods or the wrong vitamin supplements or the wrong medications or what have you? You've got to do the psychology of it. You've got to look at all aspects of it, and you can actually make a situation worse if you don't know what the you're doing. Hang on. Sorry. So, yeah, that's one of the reasons why I don't charge, because you want to be sure. There's only once that I've ever had to go back in and deal with a situation once. That speaks really well for my record. And I've known people, it's just, I know people who have experienced this specific situation, and others who have known others who have experienced it, and that situation being a team has gone in, has charged the family or whoever to deal with the paranormal, and all they're doing is antagonizing the paranormal. They're not actually getting rid of it. They're just there to feed off of the and have the people become even more victims. That's not okay in my book. I throw hissy fits about that kind of shit. I get really angry when it comes to somebody who starts charging people. It's one thing to pull a spirit out of a house that really needs to cross over. It's up to that soul if they want to cross over. You should not be forcing the spirit. But you should find out the psychology of the spirit. I did that with a 17-year-old spirit. She's from the 1800s. I've talked about this before. She didn't want to cross over because she didn't believe anybody on the other side loved her. Even though she had a fiancé who stuck by her side, she was too terrified. And she didn't believe, and it took God, or source, it took my grandmother on the other side, it took her fiance, and she wouldn't listen to her fiance, and he had crossed over and come back, and he waited for her that entire time. Crossed her over. Every once in a long blue moon, she'll come back and say, "Thank you, Nikki." It's like getting a hug, getting a shoulder hug. You know, when you have somebody coming up behind you and they give you a hug and they put their head on your shoulder. You know, that's like it is with her. Periodically, she'll come in and she'll say hi and thank you and just checking, or whatever phrase that there's a couple of certain phrases she likes to use. I haven't seen her in a while, and I hope she's doing good. She usually is, so I don't think too much about it. But that's one that goes really well. And then you've got situations to where the spirit needs to move away from the location so that the humans that are living there, but then it becomes, I own this house. This is my land. They are intruders. They are the invaders. Well, they're severely stuck to the land. That means you have to call in certain hierarchies. You have to, there's a lot of work to it sometimes. Sometimes there's a lot of psychology to it. There's so many different aspects of that. Yeah, would it be helpful to be paid for that? Yeah, it would be. But here's the problem. Have you ever tried to go in and clean up somebody else's mess because they think that they're going in and doing something right? I'm not saying I'm right all the time, but I get awfully pissed off when a team is charging a family for emergency work and their emergency work is shit. I have real issue with that. It's like they should have gone in and done it right the first time instead of having to have another team come in and fix the issue. We're not all perfect. I get that. I understand that more than I can express. But it's like, come on. There's certain things you don't charge for. Certain things, yeah, it's okay for, in my opinion. But there are just certain things you don't do. And when people are in that kind of a crisis and nothing else is, everything else has been check marked off, the medical stuff, the psychological stuff, all the different aspects of it, going down the list. I get very upset with people when they're charging folks for emergency services. They're already under heavy fire. And in some way, quite literally, figuratively as well as literally. So, yeah, I get... Sorry, you just heard me rant about that. Okay, I don't know what's going on there. Burgermeister, based on your past history, how do we know if you're still human? Well, I've asked myself that too. I've also asked my guides, and I've asked other friends who are psychic. I've asked, matter of fact, other psychics that have known me have made mention that they're like, you need to understand you're not an ET. And I'm like, thank you. That's what I've... you're not an ET, you're not a hybrid. Well, in the grand scheme of things, everybody on this planet is one form of a hybrid or another. But it just depends on your viewpoint. So everybody's viewpoint, whether we're human or human with really unrecognized certain kinds of DNA, it gets interesting. Dave North, hey from Australia. Hi, Dave North, how you doing, hun? Aliens, okay. Sun. Ovet, Casco must go. Okay, good. Do aliens attach themselves to objects? Living ETs, no, they do not. ET candidates would be interesting. Oh, Philip. Oh my, that's a thought. Do aliens or ETs attach themselves to objects? Spirit-wise, I suppose they could. I've never known any to do that. But that doesn't mean that they haven't. And the physical, no, they don't. Not according to what I understand and know. So hopefully that answers your question. I'm just going to call you Gluta because I can't seem to wrap my head around. Good people, you are, says Burgermeister, and then says, oh dear, okay. Burgermeister, consider a stream on Twitch. You got it. Yeah, I got Twitch. I just... yeah, it gets interesting. A lot going down in the West. Yeah. Gluta, are there people that have genetic ability to scare entities away or turn them away like I do? I have peace when I get angry at them. There are certain people that have that ability, yes. It's because your frequency gets very high, very, very high when you get angry. That's the only reason why. And now that you've come into my chat and you've made that statement, be very, very careful, because you may be what's called headhunted by whether it's CIA or your own government to go in and sign an NDA and do different things that are nefarious. So please be careful, because they do watch all different kinds of channels and they will pick people out. So just an FYI. Burgermeister Bear Hug, hi. Sumer, hello, beautiful sister. Paul's. I don't know what that is. Hello. Oh, Paul's. Paul Salas. Aquarius, February 11th, 1974. Hey, man, how you doing? February 1968. Nissan boy. I gotta go sleep, Nikki. Have a good night. Don't tire yourself too much. Good night. Yeah, no kidding. Not sure I understand. Are you in call, sister? Oh. Your background is pretty. Thank you. Most entities fear me. Oh, yeah. What are you talking about? I'm not getting anything. You're not getting anything. Okay. ETs, 3iAtlas, human politics, about ETs, and then an open forum. Slavon, Nord, Canada, do some claps. Oh, yeah, that's a good point. Okay, clapping. Okay, hang on one second. Get my pen to work. And my pen to write, please. That would be nice. Yeah, because clapping equals noise, equals vibrational frequency shift. Oh, I think that's the longest I've stayed quiet. Vibration. That's the word I missed. Vibrational. There we go. Okay. You're gang stalked. Oh, hon, I'm so sorry you're gang stalked. Sumer Burgermeister, what's ET? ET's attacked. Oh, attacked to my bone. Red Planet Gaming. ET. Okay. Burgermeister, I believe ET does attach to the human spirit. Personally, I think through the bones. Okay, Burgermeister, let's have a conversation about that. How do I want to begin this conversation? Okay, so you can have an ET spirit guide. You can have an ET guide that is alive and living and be in telepathic communication, and it can feel just exactly like a spirit guide feeling because they're at a distance. The feeling can be very much the same as a spirit guide, and the reason it can feel like a spirit guide is due to the distance, because they are being telepathic. Now, this is what I talked about today in regarding the I was in a SUFON meeting, Seattle UFO Network meeting, and this afternoon. And one of the things that we talked about was that you can have an ET spirit guide, which is a dead ET. It's their soul, just like you have family who's dead and gone. but they're on the other side in spirit form. Well, that's the same thing with an ET. You can also have an ET that is alive and living and has telepathic communication with you. The difference is that communication is not going to be really loud because they are at a distance from you. And I mean a long freaking distance from you. So the telepathic reach can be very difficult for them. If they are another galaxy away, then what will happen is they have to have a relay ET closer to Earth. So that typically means on Mars or on the moon. And they go, God, my eyes are starting to twitch again. On Mars or on the moon, and the information will be telepathic to the ET that is either on the Mars or the moon. And that ET is going to be the conduit to make the connection to the human. Which means for that to take place, for that kind of a situation to actually take place, it specifically means that message has to be damn ass important for that ET to make that kind of a connection. But typically, it's a really long distance connection. The connection can be softened, not necessarily weakened, but softened in how they communicate. So it's going to feel just like a spirit guide. But when their ship is overhead, they're going to be talking to you, and it's going to be like they're sitting right next to your side. It doesn't mean they're attached to you, but it does mean that they have been able to locate you, and they are real freaking close, like above your car, above your home. If you're out and about driving and you hear that, I mean, really careful. Because, hello, if you're driving, that can be very stunning and shocking and be, oh my God, what the hell was that? So, yeah, it gets kind of interesting that way. But it is they are a spirit guide, but they're a physical, alive, living guide. Woo Riders, hello, Nikki, Team Woo, salute you. Hey, thank you, Woo Riders, appreciate that. Red Planet Gaming, ET, Gluta, when you say nefarious things for government, what do you mean? Well, do you know what the word nefarious means? That's the first thing. Wicked, evil, secretive. Somebody put a full description in the chat as to what nefarious means, please. Because they're doing all sorts of crap. Gluta, oh, you mean puppeted. Not sure what you're referring to. Billy Breath, no, you can't. No, you can't what? Be specific, people. Don't just do a short response. I'm not going to know what you're talking about. So you need to have your response and then put something like regarding and then whatever the subject is. Lokesh, Leo, hello, how you doing? Something spiritual, Red Planet, Spread Brain. Hope you and the family are doing great. Happy holidays. God bless to all. Thank you, Woo Writers. Tell Desi I said hello and happy holidays. Merry Christmas. Burgermeister, exactly. You refer as a ET. It's actually a hobgoblin. You refer as an ET. I refer as an ET. You mean I'm coming across to you as an ET, or I'm talking like an ET? Summer. Alright, got it, thanks. Burgermeister, subtle. Gluta, oh my god, okay. planet. Listen up, you guys. Summer. Joel, what's your thought on black hole? Which one? Summer, hope you feel better and okay. Thank you, appreciate that. Not all that far off, dude. Morana? I can't figure out. So you have kind eyes, thank you. Woo Riders, you gotta turn the tables on NHI and give them the probe treatment. No, Javi. Oh, jeez. Perkermeister, I'm wondering if we have different experiences. Yeah, we do. Not all of them are the same. Perkermeister, evil. Yes, I do. Nefarious, negative intentions. Thank you, Woo Riders. Philip, means wicked. Thank you. Para, nefarious, adjective, typically an action or activity. Wicked or criminal. Thank you, Para. Thank you, Philip. Thank you, Woo Riders. Moran, dark-sided intentions. Yep. Woo Riders, laugh my effing ass off. Para, with the definition. Yeah, he did good. Let's press this. Lady, still no sleep? Yeah, no sleep, hun. I'm not gonna be on much longer. Red Planet, wanna explain how aliens would even know our language or even communicate? Glutathione, you refer to it, I think. Marana? Moran? Yeah, can you see auras? Yes, once in a while. I used to see them all the time. My Claire's ebb and grow and shift and grow. Burger, we are responding like minutes later. It might be a bit off. There's that. Yeah. Joel, no. No. Those are 2 words I do not want in my chat. Absolutely not. Yeah, responding like minutes apart. Yeah, I think so too. Okay, so Red Planet Gaming is asking, want to explain how aliens would even know our language to even communicate? They learned a long MFing time ago. So much so that their hybrid children are learning whatever language their surrogate mother, their mother is speaking. So because I have hybrid children, my hybrid kids can all speak English, but they also learn vast other languages as they grow up. So there's that aspect of it. Now, whether or not you believe that, that's fine. That's not on me. That's your opinion. That's what you choose to believe. This is what I know because I've seen it. So, I mean, I understand that. And things will shift and change over the course of time. Red Planet, I'm listening. Okay. Writers, Operation Hawkeye, still ongoing. Now look it up. Karen, Tube won't let me put it in chat. Operation Hawkeye. Okay. That's the first I've heard of that one. No, I gotta put it over here. Who said that? Blue Riders. Operation. Um, 154. 10:30 p.m. Okay, so that means this is 12:21. Oh, we got some interesting numbers tonight. 1221. Fascinating. You can speak German somehow? Yeah, I've known people to pick up a language like it's nothing to them. It's like old hat, second nature. So, okay. Moran. Marana. As a sensitive, I find my intuition syncs with the moon, and depending on the cycle, I'm able to pick up on more info. Can you relate, or am I crazy? You're not crazy. That happens with some people. It used to happen with me. Now it's a bit different for me now. So, and I don't know quite how to explain how mine even works anymore. But yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about, and I've known a number of psychics that have that completely. So here's something that I'm being told to ask you. Have you ever had an experience where you're syncing up with the Earth's own frequency of, I think it's 7.33 hertz or something like that? I can't remember at this very second. But I'm being asked to ask you that question. Millie Mills. Oh, thank you for that, Millie. I pray you and everyone in this live lives a long and healthy and happy life in Jesus' mighty name. Amen. Yeah, thank you. Marana, yes, I vibrate on a purple frequency and have been told my aura is a violet yellow. Yeah, your aura can shift and change depending upon what mood you're in at the time. You can go from having an orange one to a pink one, or from orange to purple or pink to purple. I've seen white go to gray. I've seen black go to white. I've seen pink go to blue, kind of a purple, then a blue. That's how I should say that. Oh, green. I forgot about green. I've seen green into orange. That was a wild one. And then into purple. So, yeah, auras can shift and change depending upon one, how tired you are, two, what your abilities are, and three, there's so many other factors to it. I can't even think straight enough to do it. But yeah, you can have a lot of different auras. But there are certain ones you want to focus on, though my brain is not with it enough right now to tell you what that list is at this second. So, we have been all over the stinking map regarding 3iAtlas, different ETs. Knowles Bradford, because it's bullshit. What are you saying is bullshit, Knowles? Are you saying that auras are bullshit? No, actually, they're not. Thanks for Marana. Thanks for answering my question, Steva. I do protection and energy cleansing professionally. Very refreshing to hear from someone with similar gifts. Yeah, I've done that kind of stuff too. You've got to do a lot of protection, a lot of energy clearing. There's so many aspects to this that people they don't have any real comprehension. They just think of it as, oh, this is just woo woo. And I am so here to tell you that gets old so freaking fast. But it is what it is, and it's how people process their information. So it gets real interesting sometimes. 88 Dragon Pisces. 3iAtlas is on the way to Jupiter now, around February or March. Marana, yeah, you don't want to take something home. Knew a girl who took home a demon. Scary stuff. Yeah. I've come across demonic entities on people, and it's not a pleasant thing to deal with by any stretch of the imagination. Not fun. You've got to be well rested to deal with demonics. You've got to your contacts with the other side are vital. All of it. Hang on. So there's really a lot to it. And I'm just babbling away now, but kind of been that way most of the night because I can't. There's been a lot going on here. So supposedly the 3iAtlas have come from over 21 vortexes away. So I call them portals into vortexes. Well, that would be interesting because there's people inside of Jupiter. Philip Blair, my childhood friend, has a connection to the new Pope. I've been thinking of asking him what he's learned of the demonic. Yeah, I would. What if Jupiter has a new sun? That's interesting. They're nounicoms. You need lettuce. Oh, God's lettuce? Is that what you mean? Yeah, I could probably use a little bit of that. Oh, God. Anyway, Philip he went into the RC priesthood when we were little. He was studying Klingon, like from Star Trek. Well, that's cool. It will be time. In time, it will become a new sun. Oh, a great deal of time. Yeah, she can't read the stars, but she can't. What a smart-ass remark. Jupiter's moon Io is very interesting. Okay, moon. Is that Titan or is that Neptune's Titan? I don't remember at this second. That's what I was going to tell you. I had confirmation last week. Trying to remember what day at this second. The last 2-3 days have just really run together. But I was in a meeting I was in a meeting last weekend. That's what it was. And the person that I was talking to is the very first person to confirm what I have witnessed and seen and experienced regarding Neptune's moon. Titan. Both Titan and the other one, and there's another item there I'm missing. But anyway, she made a comment about something, and because of that one comment, it triggered oh my god, a plethora of memories. Saturn, Moon, Titan. Okay, thank you. Couldn't remember. Neptune is Trident. Thank you. That is what I was trying to remember. I could not think of the name of it. Yep, and energy is recycled. It never dies. Yeah, true. We're stars. We're made of stardust. Yep. I used to be in your place. HAUNEBU 421. What do you mean you used to be in my place? Be specific. Dragon, Pisces, Saturn, Moon, Titan. Dragon, Pisces, Neptune is Trident. Hanabu? Hanabu, have you encountered the god of your ancestors? Yes, I have. Red Planet Gaming. Game over? What do you mean, Red Planet Game over? I mean, I know what game over means, but are you leaving? What are you know, that can mean anything to me. What's the name of the god of Joanne's sisters? Oh, for fuck's sake. No, I'm not doing that tonight. Huge and Huge Royal Coins channel. What's the name of the god of Joanne's sisters? It's George Zimmerman too. Would you describe your pole as Mercury-esque or more like a Saturn? Marana. Thanks, Diva. I subbed. I'll try and catch your next stream. Love and light. Yeah, it's Saturdays, usually 10 p.m. Pacific time, U.S. time. Dragon, Pisces, Triton, Moon, Neptune. Okay. George Zimmerman. How would you describe your pole as Mercury-esque or more like a Saturn? Not sure right now. What's my favorite past life? I have two of them. My favorite past, there I've got two favorite. That's a good question. Mailer soon. In other words, you're trying not to be sailor. Yeah, I get it. What's my favorite past life? Well, okay, no. It'd have to be four. One is when I lived in Russia. One is when I lived as a Native American. Well, I have two memories of being Native American, but there's, I should re-clarify that. I have two past lifetimes as Native American, but one is my favorite more than the other, because of my family from this life was in that past life. I know who my great uncles were from this lifetime. I know who they were back then. Sorry, that just kicked in something. My next one would be going back to Egypt. The one before that would be Atlantis. Another one would be meeting Jesus in that lifetime, in his lifetime, my lifetime too, but that was his life. I know I was a Sasquatch because so many of the Sasquatch up at Mount Baker have told me I was. I have no memory of it other than an incredible feeling of love. You are so loved and so cared about when you are a Sasquatch in a Sasquatch body. You are just, when you are connected with your Sasquatch clan, you are so loved. The amount of love is just incredible. There's a couple of others that I can't quite pull them. There's one when I was on a council. There's one when I was next to God. There's at least 2 or 3 as an ET. Do I have an absolute favorite? No, I don't. Those are my list of my favorites. Here's one that's gonna rock some boats. One, I don't talk about who I was in those past lifetimes. Usually I don't publicly. It's really none of your frickin' business. There are aspects where I have talked about my Native American lifetime, and there are aspects where I've talked about some of my Russian lifetime. But the one that my guides talked to me about just recently, and I've had an incredible draw and pull to this lifetime. I never understood why. Now I get it. Has to do about King Arthur's time. I remember Arthur. I remember the quote-unquote Knights of the Round Table. There's a specific design on the round table that I've been trying to draw. I can't seem to get my hands to work the way I need to get the drawing correct about the design on the round table. And the only reason why I saw it was because I saw the round table was because I was allowed entry into that room. And I know Merlin was real. That wasn't his real name, though. He did have energy. He did have abilities. People could easily consider him a sorcerer. They did consider me one. I was a female in that life, and oddly enough, I lived near a lake. And I dispensed, in that lifetime, I dispensed herbs and magical, what we back then would have called magical implementations. Ouch. Well, not implementations back then, but that's what we would call them now. And I find it real interesting because I remember the kind of dwelling, I'm not going to call it a house, but I remember the kind of dwelling I lived in. I remember there being herbs all the way around me. I remember what my real name was. I remember what my nickname was. And the nickname went into history as a a mythical, a mythical being that was not real. It was a nickname that was given to me. And the nickname has been used over the course of time. And I'm like, oh my God, seriously, people. Now that I remember, now that I know, I'm like, holy crap. There were certain things that I did herbally to keep certain people healthy, wealthy, and wise, as the old saying goes. Burgermaster, you're not supposed to share. Yeah, can you tell me about the Barnum effect? No, not right now. I'm too tired. Please tell me how to remember details. Go to sleep. You're still here, Rooster. Roster? See, yes, I should be going to bed, shouldn't I? Please tell me how to remember details. Focus. Remember the image that you've got in your head of whatever the subject matter is. Focus in on it and then reverse your eyes, look outward, look around you to see more. It's beyond that, but you get an idea. Rust's TV, can you shout out my son Nick on his birthday, please? I already did. Happy birthday, Nick. Lake Lamond, Lake Lamond. It'd be cool if his name was Meryl. Oh, that's awesome, Philip. That's awesome. Dalai Lama. Okay, Philip is saying the Dalai Lama had a dream that he was a regular working man in Egypt when the Great Pyramid at Giza was being built. Yeah, there. Delbert Smith, hello. Not responding to that. Dark Horse, hello, Dark Horse. Harn Guy Games. I was also a Sasquatch in my past life. The North Remember 01. I mean, I did. Okay. No, we're not doing that. That's going away. And so is that. Okay, let's see here. Manji, so you're a bloodline witch. I've been a witch in numerous past lives, yeah. I wouldn't know if you'd call that a bloodline, but my soul has had numerous past lives as a witch. I've talked extensively about that too. I was one of the very first souls that I came into Earth. I was a necromancer. I had two past lives as a necromancer. And then had to work really freaking hard on gaining positive karma back for my future lifetimes. That was not so fun. At some point, I met Jesus, saw him on the cross, talked with him, helped him in a very specific way, which I will not mention. History knows who I am. I didn't know who I was until a number of months ago. I was like, holy shit. Shocked the hell out of me. And the interesting thing that I learned about that past lifetime this year, I learned about it this year. The interesting thing about that past life is that I honestly believe that I now believe this. I don't think I would have said this at the beginning of the year. I now have a deep suspicion and belief that those who were Jesus's apostles are now in physical form in human bodies. I was not an apostle. Don't get me wrong, I was not an apostle. But I do know who I was. And I was not Mary. Don't go there. So, was not a female in that life. So you start asking questions, and when I started asking some of those questions, I essentially got told, you got to be careful what you ask, Nikki. And I'm like, yeah, I know, because that could get me into, because I've got a mouth. I will talk about stuff. I don't typically try to keep certain, I try not to do that, but there are certain things I absolutely have to keep me safe. Posted this live in Sandy's chat, Little Cam. She just ended her stream. Okay, God. Okay, that disagree with Emit 1. Okay, have no data as well. Little Cam, hey, okay. Spring football season gonna be, yeah. Is there agency that monitors people, that remembers past lives and wipes our minds? Yeah, it's on the other side. Little Cam says Panthers are supposed to come back in 2028. Cool. Little Cam, we were talking football. Okay, seems both our NFL teams. Joe! Hey, Joe! How you doing, sweetie? It's good to see you, dear. And you're the only one in our community besides me who watches spring football. That's awesome. Lizard Scream. Do you know about the Barnum effect? It's the power of subtle suggestion that weak-minded people are easily led to believe nonsense. Oh, that effect. Yeah, I haven't read about that in years. Joe, I've had 3 different psychics tell me that I was hung in a past life. I don't like anything around my neck. Hey, been there. It's how I am. It's the fact that I can even wear a necklace is a big freaking deal. You put something up close to my neck like that, yeah, I start having issues. And it's solely because I died in a past life very, 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 very long time ago, very many, many past lives ago, where I had a noose around my neck and I was hung. So yeah. LA Addicts, hey Nikki, how you doing? LA, how you doing, hun? Monitored, wiped, changed, tormented, yep. Do you remember all of your deaths? If so, how do you deal with that? I remember many of them. Okay, so here's something I don't talk about very often. I'm now at 105 past lives that I remember. That's a lot. Do I remember all the deaths? No. I remember quite a few of them. I've been shot. I've been stabbed. I've been hung. I've drowned. I've been booby trapped. I don't know how else to say that. That's just how it came to me. That's just how the words came to me. Death trapped. Yeah, I was trapped. Suffocated. Fire. Horse kicked me to death in one lifetime. Can't remember why. Just remember hooves. And I remember it was a tall animal, which the only animal around at that time in that era would have been a horse. There's a few others. I can't remember them right now. Was poisoned. If I remember right, a priest poisoned me. That was like, oh God. Let's see, that was in Europe. That was when I was living in the UK, what they call the UK now. So, how do you become a necromancer? How did you quit? How did you repair your karma? Those are excellent questions, Philip. Joe is saying, I ain't following shit, Little Kim. Okay, cool, Joe. Moving on. All right. How do I become an apostle? Talk to God. I have no idea. Becoming Greek, Joe. Can you read my comment? Read your comment. What did I miss? Liz Lizard Scream. I think I did read your comment. I'm almost positive I did. Unless if it's been removed. Yeah, I'm not seeing. Yeah, okay. Paramarv, were you ever an ET in a past life? Yeah, numerous ETs in past lives. Funny enough, I didn't count all of those as past lives. I don't know why, I just didn't. LA Addicts, 105, a whole new meaning to body count. Joke. Yeah, I know it's a joke. Little Kim. I knew Crazy Horse. Hello. Little Kim and Joe, the Greek shall inherit the earth. I mean, Greek Joe, can you read my comment? The carpool came over. Oh, okay. Okay, Joe, full story from 3 different psychics that never knew each other. I was an Irish guy. I was drunk in a bar, came out, got on a horse to go home. I was hung for being a horse thief. Those fuckers, yeah. When you said hung in a past life, I thought like a Chippendales dancer. Oh, jeez. Oh, Philip. Holy crap. That's awesome. Jeez. Bad, but awesome. Joe, says, I've been shot and stabbed, and that's just this life. God, hon. Gluta, the demiurge from, I can't even pronounce that, LA Addicts. You know, it would be dying from something simple and random. Yeah. I was a Chippendale dancer in San Diego, says Joe. Joe says, 6'4" and hung like a horse. Jesus. Okay. Holy shit. Come on, Joe. Philip says, for real? Joe says, chicka chicka bow wow. Oh my god. Okay, so many shades of red. My face is going. Damn it, Joe. Okay, Gluta. I have memories of being Vlad the Impaler and a Spartan. Little Kim, then join me in the sweat lodge, Joe. I am not doing anything with Little Kim that involves the word sweat. God, you guys. Holy fuck balls, you guys. Well, let's see. Little Kim divulged the Ashkawask. I can't even pronounce it now. Oh no. Ashwaska. Oh my god, I'm still not pronouncing it correctly. That stuff is tasty. What's the oldest you've ever lived? Oh, how old was I? That's a good question. Well, let's see. I died as a teenager. Died as a senior citizen. I don't remember dying as a child. God, must be, well, there's a couple of them where I know I lived until I was in my 70s or 80s. I take that back. One of the ET past lives, I lived way over 100 years old, and you were still very spry and agile at over 100 years old. You didn't age the same way that humans aged. God, I forgot about that. I know that Sasquatch don't age the same way as humans age, too. So there's that aspect. I'm going to have to go get some B6 because they're starting to twitch again. Gosh almighty, what else? The women died earlier. Most of the women. Oh, this is the very first time I've remembered being a Bedouin female. All the past lifetimes as Bedouin that I've remembered up until now have always been male. So the female, God, she must have been, I don't think of her as me, but I know it's me. I don't know why I say it that way. It's just, that's the feeling that I've got. God, she must have been in her 60s or 70s, and for that Bedouin tribe at that time, that was old. That was like really, really old. Yeah. So there's your answer. I jumped on in World War One. We called. Oh my God! Get out of here! Just a second, guys. Excuse me, folks. I gotta hit mute a second. 1737 on the numbers. Just a second. I had somebody here in Astral. You're still here. Glad you're still here, Joe. Rotor tank held a general's rank when the bodies stink. Philip says, look up accounts for his personality. Crazy. Sounds to me like he was an... Can't remember what that means. I gotta write that down because I literally do not remember what that means. I know it. I know I've looked it up a long time ago, but I'm literally not recalling what that term means. Okay, you should have seen Sandy's chat, Nikki. We were bawling. Bawling? Why were you bawling? And Sandy, as in which Sandy? We're talking Sandy times 3? Paramarv, any correlation between the number of past lives you've had and the experiences you've had in this life? Yes. Any correlation between... Yes. And the experiences you've had in this correlation, not the numbers as in correlation, but basically I've had to atone, so to speak. I don't know what at this second, at this rate of speed in my mind, at this rate of level of thinking at this moment, being as tired as I am, to answer that, I wouldn't classify it as the number of past lives you've had and the experiences. So the experiences that I've had in this life, oh God, just a second. Excuse me. So the experiences that I've had in this life, there's a lot of things that I've had to break cycles of from past lives in order for me to move on in this life. Let me tell you, that's not been so fun. Things that I've had to do have been pretty detailed and specific. It's been kind of hard. But because I've broken generational, they're not curses, but generational pacts or contracts or whatever you want to call them, I've broken a lot of generational things, and that's good, but it's been really difficult in this lifetime to deal with all of that. LA addicts. Ayahuasca. Thank you. I could not get the ayahuasca. Yeah, okay. Fact, you are infinite, aren't you? Okay. Joe, I'm just here to make Nikki laugh. I appreciate that, Joe. Joe was addicted to Coca-Cola in the 1940s, and we all know the reason. Oh, geez, you guys. There was no rot, yeah. Coca-Cola had... Yeah, okay. Ryan Gallagher, who is she talking to? People in the chat. What inspires people to make up so many lies and basically live a life of lies and to then broadcast it to the world? Well, hello, MV Eumisio? Well, if you think I'm talking lies, then move along. You don't need to be here. Why are you sticking around, and why are you bothering to spend your time writing a response when you don't want to be here and you think that I'm lying? Why bother doing that? What's the advantage to you? So effing what? If you don't like it, move along. Gluta, time don't exist like it does here. LA addicts. That's interesting about Sasquatch because it would explain their appearance. Yeah, they're part human, part a number of other, how do I say that? Species. Have you ever met anybody in your past lives, in your present life right now? Hello. Yes. Hey, Tammy, I have. Yeah. Know quite a few people right now. Many of them were family members in past lives. Many of the people that I know right now were either family members or close friends to me in past lives. So yeah, you come across that all the time in a person's life. You just may not realize it. And that may be why you're so comfortable with certain people. Joe is asking, what is the Bigfoot around my place doing while it's raining like shit around here? You mean you've got one actually out walking? Walking on the property, Joe. Tammy, good question. Have you ever met anybody in your past lives, in your present lives? Yes. Yeah, a lot of... You don't age. Joe, are you a vampire? You don't age. Are you a vampire, dear? Truth, Joe. Okay, Philip, I'm not reading that specific title out loud. That is the letter K. We're not going to say any more, except Writer of Chimera by Mistress Joanna Knorr is an alien novel I've been thinking of reading. Speaking of alien hanky-panky, yeah, I knew you were going to, I knew that's exactly where you were going. Joe says she's talking to me. Ryan says, oh, okay. I'm a lot older, I think I am, than I think I am. Yeah. I think we all are, dear. Little Cam, it's okay, Joe. You can now take your nightly Tylenol. Super UNC is your majority report. Is low visibility autism. Thank you. I could not see, my brain took the S out of... Okay, that makes more sense to me. My dyslexic brain took the S out. That's why it didn't make sense to me. Thank you for the clarity. Hang on. There we go. God. Okay. Joe, I had tacos with little Cam. But he doesn't remember. We got blackout drunk on moonshine. Oh! What kind of moonshine, Joe and little Cam? Briggs says, that's crazy. Abba says 5G. Little Joe doesn't count as a past life if you remember things before you were born. Yeah. Depends on how you... We need to have a conversation over that one over the phone, Joe, because I would call some of that into question. Michelle. Good day, chilling and listening. Hey, Michelle, how you doing, sweetie? Para, how do you... Thanks for checking in with us. Michelle, good day, Para. Tammy, I've been told that I age backwards. The older I get, sometimes the younger I look. Cover yourself in castor oil. It's the best. Castor oil and frankincense resin oil. Lead Pasha. Hello, what's going on? What's the topic? Well, let's see. We did 3iAtlas, ETs, human politics about ETs, an open forum, vibrational vibrational frequency shifting, Sasquatch, quite a few things, actually. What are you guys doing on festival? What is festival? Mailer soon. Have any of your past lives had common themes or lessons you yes. Lessons that I've had to continue to learn because apparently I didn't learn them the first time. Ain't that fun? Yeah, not so fun. I tend to be a smartass when it comes to that shit. Yes, and the lessons oppose my being nature and will. Yeah. Joe, am I a vampire? What kind of blood you got? Oh, positive. LA Addicts, Joe, that's a wash and repeat sounding reincarnation. Para, I'm sorry, I've got to bail. I'm falling asleep at the... Oh, sweetheart, get out. Go, go, go. Paramarv, bye, folks. Have a good night. Thank you so much, Paramarv. I so much appreciate you coming in. Castor oil and baking soda. Really? Little Kim says, Donnie Darko Blood Joe. Michelle, what did you say about 3iAtlas? Joe Monk Festivus. Lead Pasha Festival like Christmas and New Year. Ah, okay. What did I say about 3iAtlas? That's, you're going to want to go back and listen, but there's quite a bit. It's an ET ship. There are numerous different species and races of ET on board that ship. Some are in stasis pods. I couldn't think of what the hell it was called. Just a second. I got to write that down because my brain is not thinking clearly right now. They're in stasis pods, and others are in sleeping pods, and well, it's all the same thing. A sleeping pod can go into a resting pod, and a resting pod can go into, it's the same kind of pod, it's just the technology runs differently, and when it's completely upright, it's a stasis pod. So there are some that are asleep, there are some in stasis, there are some on ship on board. Yeah, gets interesting. Yeah, that's pretty much it on the short recap. Hopefully those... Yeah, Joe, I know, sweetie. Some of them can go, some of them can stay. Like right now... oh, shut up, you stupid chair. Right now... in the next couple of months, they're going to be removing their item from me, so yeah. It just gets really interesting, this whole situation. Yeah, your Roddy wants to, yeah, but she loves you. Yes, she does. Michelle, okay, thank you. LA Addicts, I have to ask what you think Sasquatch is. Do you believe it's, as others say, an interdimension? Okay, So here's the thing about Sasquatch. Some of them can be interdimensional while others are not. Just a second. Okay, sorry. Meaning that some groups of Sasquatch, the ones that are considered part of a clan, some Sasquatch clan can do a brain fart going. They have abilities, and they teach those abilities throughout their family clan. There are those that are rogue that had those abilities, and once they're disconnected from their families, they'll still have abilities, but they're not connected to their family collective, so to speak. There are Sasquatch who are never trained about their abilities. Then there are beings, there are cryptids that resemble Sasquatch that are not Sasquatch. And some of those can get pretty wicked. So the ones with energy abilities, if they've been trained, they can cloak themselves. If they have not been able... Sorry. If they have not been able to cloak, then it's very likely they're going to be shot by hunters or whoever else. Yeah, Joe does. Joe's just saying I have a video of a cloaked Bigfoot coming across my driveway. Yes, he does. Roy is saying, why are all these crackpots overweight and low IQ? Get off my page. Roy James, you're going away. Attitude like that, yeah, I can choose to have you kicked off. I don't want anything to do with you. You're putting out that kind of crap-ass attitude and mentality. Get the fuck away from me and mine. Cozy loves Christ. I don't think she's a crackpot or low IQ, maybe overweight, but so am I. Who am I to judge? LA Addicts, I don't know, Rory. We can't all be beautiful like you, dude. Joe Kilroy. Jack, I saw a 7-foot reptilian looking bipedal. Cozy loves Christ. Me too, me. Me too, me too. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not putting up with shit anymore. I just won't. If you can't be respectful and it's one thing, there are people that there's joking and then there's absolutely not joking. That's not joking. That's just being downright rude, crude, and nasty. And I don't have to put up with you. I don't have to tolerate you. And if you don't like what I say, it's real super easy. You don't have to put anything in the chat. You just use your little finger and scroll right up the chat, right up the video, and you move right along. It's that simple. Viru 3053. Hi, ma'am. Hey. Cozy loves Christ. I don't blame you. Yeah, thank you. Tammy, they came to me cloaked with their little ones. They were hungry. It was in winter time. And they came to me cloaked with their... You said that before. They were hungry. It was in winter time. And... Okay, Tammy, you're repeating over and over again. Viru, where are you from? Washington State, the U.S. Matt and Abby. Hello, Matt and Abby. Hi from New Zealand. Well, hi from the Washington State area of the U.S. Joe says, my doctor said I was a beast. Typo, I'm obese. Like Hydra, truth, facts. Cozy Christ, thank you for recognizing I was joking. It's how I get through life. Yeah, no, I understand. Angel said hi, hello. Jack, what's inside Area 51? Oh, God, way too much. And that's me being a tired smartass. So ask me when I'm not so tired, Jack. Cozy loves Christ. I'm certainly interested in all this stuff. Yeah, I was too until I started having full-on memories and flashbacks, and then it was like, holy crap almighty. That's when I stopped watching mainstream TV. That's when I stopped. It's just, well. Led Pasha, I'm still confused. What are you discussing? A lot of various subjects. So the main subjects tonight have been extraterrestrials, also known as aliens, 3iAtlas, human politics about extraterrestrials. It's been an open forum, and there's been conversation about Sasquatch. There's been conversation about past lifetimes, all different kinds of subjects. So that's where we're at. Joe, I put a watermelon out for the Bigfoot. It disappeared. Don't know what took it. Honey, did you get the cameras up at the location? Or did it just disappear and poof, it's gone? Well, if it's a poof and it's gone, then I would be wondering if they came in cloaked. Matt and Abby, look up Nancy. I think you will enjoy her. She is a mystic. Okay. Jack, what's your favorite movie? Oh my God. Favorite movie. Oh, my all-time favorite? God, I don't honestly know. I'm one of those people that has massive amounts of all-time favorite and then pick the subject matter. There are things that I deeply love. There are things that I like. There are things that rev me up. And that could be taken multiple different ways. From everything from sheer happy and excited, to love feelings, all the way to everything under the sun. So, to pick my favorite of all time, my very number one favorite, I just realized this year my number one favorite Christmas movie is Santa Claus the movie from 1984. I think it's Santa Claus the movie. Or Santa the movie. Anyway, it's from 1984. And I love it because you've got the actor who plays Santa in it. You've got Dudley Moore. You've got John Lithgow. And you've got, oh my God, now I can't think of the guy's name. The guy that plays Patch. Dudley, did I say Dudley Moore? Probably more. There's somebody I'm missing. The actress that plays Santa's wife, and the actor who plays the Burgess Meredith. That's who I was trying to think of. Such a phenomenal cast. So that's actually my all-time favorite Christmas movie. I have way too many favorite Halloween movies. Way too many favorite Halloween movies. Probably my number one story that reminds me of real paranormal is The Haunting with, that's from, I think, 1998 or 1999. And that's because that's as close to real kind of psychic stuff for me that there is. I've seen stuff like that, real close to it. Yeah. It's crazy what paranormal will do. It really does. And then Hollywoodizes it, and it gets into a whole nother ballgame. Tammy, yes, I use a mic. I don't type. I don't know how to spell or read very well. Sorry about that. No, Tammy, you're fine. I was just trying to understand what was taking place. Not a problem. Joe, nothing is inside Area 51 area where it's all been moved to Dugway. Yeah, there's some residual something or other. I just don't remember what the hell it is right now. I'm not got the brain right now. Cuban, when I make No, you didn't. Tammy, there's nothing left in Area 51. They moved to a different area. Laugh out loud, feeding it. LA addicts. Hell no. Alligators like watermelon, says Cozy Love Christ. Joe, there are no alligators in Northern California. Tammy, the hangars are still there, but what was inside Area 51 has been moved a long time ago. That I know of, says Joe. Cozy says, oh, okay, well, there goes that theory. Matt and Abby, aliens are demons. Easy. They are angels and demons. No, dear. That's incorrect information. So Matt and Abby Watchman, 6435. Extraterrestrials, also known as aliens, are absolutely not angels, and they are absolutely not demons, and they are absolutely not evil. They are their own being, their own physical entity. They can be interdimensional. There are good ones. There are the love and light ones. There are ones that are not so nice. And then there are the ones that are truly evil and truly wicked. And what I mean by evil is they are deeply aggressive. Hang on. They get really wicked in their behavior with humans. So, and I know that I'm 57 years old. I've been abducted by ETs, by aliens, my entire life, and have vast memories. And if you don't believe that, that's fine. I understand that. Then this channel probably isn't for you. Because I talk openly about my experiences with extraterrestrials, with all different kinds of species and races of ET. So, but they're absolutely not demons, and they're absolutely not angels. Joe, Dugway Proving Grounds is huge and nobody has a clue about what's going on there. Great place to hide stuff. Cozy says, I believe there are demons, but I'm here to mingle with all minds. Cozy, see what people think about it. Joe, I have cameras, but I don't try to camera the big... Oh, I can understand that. Ex Pluma, aliens are other beings that don't live on this planet. I'm sure they call us aliens. Nothing to do with demons. Joe, bridge too far. The outlaw Josie Wales, says Joe. Animal House. Oh, I love Animal House. It's not an absolute favorite, but it's one that I can definitely watch periodically over and over. Led Pasha says Elon Musk will take humanity to Mars, and then we will have a lot more to unfold, honey. We are already on and in Mars. Cozy says mine's Fifth Element. Oh, I can understand that. I like that one too. Burgermeister, Robin Williams, yep. Fifth Element is amazing, says X Plume. Joe Monk, Burgess Meredith. Burgess Meredith lost his glasses in Twilight Zone. I didn't know that. That's an interesting little extra tidbit. Cozy says, it's my hubby and I's favorite, both before we even met. Cool. Awesome. Fifth Element. I agree, says Burgermeister. Signs is one of my favorites. Oh, that's another good one. Fifth Element, you mean... Cozy. Do you guys find it weird that Maven went silent 2 weeks before 3i? Okay, that is one word that is not allowed in my chat. H1 M. Oh, you're supposed to be Timothy or Himothy. Is asking, are you the letter R? You know what? I don't need a bully in here. Past closest cooked Joe Month. Die Hard is the best Christmas movie. Single Intention since 1939 was actually invented by Hollywood. Have there been several Area 51s in America? Okay, I'm done with you. I'm playing nice. You do not want to meet me when I do not play nice. Joe, I worked at China Lake, Naval Weapons Center. Area 51 was just over the hill. Burgermeister, there are lizards in all of California. Philip Blair, I love watermelon, but I'm not an alligator. Philip said hi. Hello. Okay, Led Pasha. What stupid logic? Led Pasha. Philip is an alligator. I'm agnostic, just like St. Thomas. Okay. Always like the X-Files theory that the government is the one abducting us, but there are still aliens out there. Yeah, I can verify that. They were, I don't know if they still are, they were taking kids out of schools, bringing them back for the day, right after they were pretty well doped up. Yeah, it gets pretty nasty. Joe, I'm aggressive. I can be pushed quickly to the wrong side. Doesn't make me evil. Yeah, anger has a tendency to do that with us, Joe. I understand. Tammy, they're mean. Philip to Joe, I had a dream There were swamps with crocs and alligators here in the Cascades. Oh, God, Philip. Up in the mountains. Michelle, curious, do you know who named the Earth Earth? Actually, it wasn't. It had a different name other than Earth. She has her own name. I just don't remember it at this second. Valleys up in the mountains. L.A. I have to ask. I did see color orbs. Ghost spirits. Do the colors represent different timelines or relationships with us, or category colored? In other words, good, bad, etc. What's your take on that? Okay, LA Addicts. How do I... Okay. So, as I understand it, ETs, the Fae, different kinds of Fae, Sasquatch, so many different kinds of cryptids can do this. I don't understand what the colors specifically mean. I have seen ETs in little tiny ships. I'm trying to find something the size of. About the size of, and I don't have, about the size of this pendant brooch, whatever you want to call it. And about that big around and smaller. I've seen them as white. I've seen them, I've seen them white. I've seen them green. I've seen them blue. I've seen them red. I've seen pink ones. But the first three I ever really saw in my home were 3 ETs. They were 3 real tiny. They were the size of that pendant. There was one this big that was white. And then the other ones were smaller. Blue and red. And there was a green one there somewhere. And it was the tiniest one of all. What else? I'm trying to think of what else. I have seen ones that are white out in a forest. I have seen ones that are kind of pale, like the palest of pale yellow. Not quite white, but it's more of a category of yellow than of cream or anything like that. So they can, like I said, they can be anything. Sasquatch ET can create this portal. Now the ETs have a device where they can get in what's a ship, but it's also a device, and it can shrink them down because it deals with quantum energy in a specific way. So I don't know what the colors represent. Spirits can do it. Earthbound ghosts can do it. There's so many different aspects to this. Philip, you might be Cabras, Joe. Weird things in the woods. Philip says, indeed. Joe says, Philip, you're in the Cascades. That's kind of the same mountain range I'm in. Austin. Hey, Austin. The woods are lovely, dark and deep, and I have miles to go before I sleep. I have not heard that in a long time. Joe Austin, I said that one time and got lucky. Okay. Henry. Hello, Henry. Henry says, hey, Mom, how are you today? Happy Sunday. In Kenya is good. Lucky how? Okay. E.T. Mark, can you tell me where my home is? Oh, I'm too tired for that, sweetheart. It's just not happening tonight. Search up Douchois in Seeking Truth. Gaia. Austin Ford. Oh. Super Throwdown. What's an ET? Extraterrestrial. E.T. Marone said hi. Hello. Only thing I saw when I was 14 was a shooting star thousands of light years away go straight, then... yeah. That's what she said Joe. Cuban, don't forget about our... So, Cuban is saying, don't forget about the by Sleestacks. That mating call consists of loud rumbling in the Ozarks. Yes, I am leaving certain words out. Oh my. Oh my. Ooh, aliens, gotcha. Bigfoots? Okay. Top shelf. Oh, here we go. So you can't make a smart remark. I mean, an intelligent remark. You gotta make a snotty one. Come on. Follow up with the orbs. I've seen cloudy fog type circles, flat white, brown, green, blue, but that's all I've seen, so I was wondering if they were specific or tailored to us personally. They can be tailored to you personally. Depends on who's doing the tailoring. You can have it to where it's... Yeah, they can. Depends on which group is doing it. If it's ET, it's going to be different. If it's Sasquatch, it's going to be different. If it's Fae, it'll be very different. There's so many different species of Fae, so many different races of Fae that it's just like, wow, okay. Cozy says, I'm in upstate New York. It's cold. Okay. Cozy says, my husband is 6'9", so I call him Yeti. I think he's part giant. Cyril, I'm in upstate New York. Also, the Bigfoot sneak into town at night and steal... Okay. No, I'm going away with that. Cozy. Joe is saying, Cozy, I'm 6'4". I'm just a little guy. Philip says, I'm east of the Cascades, out in the channeled scablands that Randall Carlson and Graham Hancock show in their presentations. Joe, it's getting old, mate. I'll show you. Oh, come on, you guys. X-Plume. What were you saying about us being on Mars earlier? I'm curious. Yeah, we're already there. They've already had us there for a vast number of years. Matter of fact, I just met somebody recently, like this week recently. Hang on a second. Hopefully I can do this without screaming. Oh, I've been sitting here too long. So basically, oh, I need to be checking my battery. Okay, so I'm good for not very much longer. So Mars, yeah. I met somebody this week who remembers SSP going back to World War II. That blew my mind. That just really blew my mind. Because I knew about it. I knew subsections of not so much the SSP program in that timeline, but the different, like the what are known as the presidential models. The women that were the women and the men who were essentially drugged, hypnotized, and then given orders. Hang on. And then used as party favors. Those men and women were, because they didn't remember doing what they were doing, and so they ended up becoming party favors for different party dwellers within Hollywood, within political societies. And so, yeah, that went on, that took place. But I did not know that SSP went back to, it was a real mind bender to me to hear that. Do I believe him? Yeah, I do. Even though I've just met him, it jives with some of the things that I know, but the timeline didn't, and I was just like stunned. I was absolutely stunned by that. So there's those sides of things. But yeah, this person talked about Mars and the 20 and back program, and just a number of things, and I was just sitting there just kind of dumbfounded, absolutely stunned by what I was hearing. It's real similar to what a lot of other people have talked about, but their time is from like 1960s and 70s on. So to hear about it from like World War II era, I was like, what the hell? So, okay, you guys, no, we're not doing this anymore. Okay, so here we go. Already, Philip's asking, already there or already back? No, we've been there. We've got a base. The global governments, including the U.S. government, has its own base on Mars. There's a city inside of Mars, so it's the fact that you've got certain billionaires who are talking that they want humans to be on Mars. Well, we're already there. I've seen it. I've experienced it. I've flown ships out of the Mars base. And honestly, I don't care anymore if people believe or not believe. Just as long as you're respectful and not aggressive, and we can have a conversation. But if you're going to be aggressive because you're getting angry, or you're going to be derogatory to me, I don't have to fucking respond to you. I don't have to at all. So, I don't mind questions, but I don't like bullies and I don't like troll crap. Or what is it called? Speed trolling or something like that. I can't remember the exact phrase, but yeah. So that's what I mean. We're already there. That's what SSP is. They've got a moon. They've got a base on the moon, and they've got a base that is partially theirs. That is inside Mars. Hell, inside there's one inside Jupiter too. And then there's all sorts of things that people would be freaking out over. Amy made a really excellent comment and suggestion about, well, if these things cost money, what about where the tax is coming from to deal with all of this other stuff? And so basically, you're those are excellent questions. Where's the money coming from? You know, where are they stealing the money from? Joe, Buzz Aldrin said we were already on Mars. He talked about going back. Luck Hurst, what is SSP? Secret Space Programs, also known as Mars Defense Force. Cozy, also, does your back hurt? I feel ya. Yeah, it does. LA Addicts, they showed us Mars photos and they were either fake or they have trucks and women in headdress on Mars. I don't understand that question. Walter Bosley writes about SSP back to the 1890s airship mystery. I didn't know that, Philip. Thank you. Can you send me that information as well? I would appreciate that. The Bigfoots are from Mars and only come here on weekends. Yeah, that doesn't work. Your cup changed color? This one? I don't know. This is the last one I was thinking about. It's got iced tea in it, so it's going to change color. Oh, got it. Yeah, I've got two. I've got a green and I've got a blue. I've also got a pink and an orange. And then I've got duplicates, so. Philip, he's been on SOR, but I don't remember if he was there to talk about the secret space program. Okay. What is the picture behind her on the right? Butterfly Nebula. I used to know that as the Infinity Galaxy because that's what the ETs told me when I was 4 years old and when I saw it in person. Philip Blair, look up Walter Bosley, NYMZA. Henry, so in Kenya, the government of Kenya wants to fund the youth, like create job in youth to help them in a future because all youth, they're not the job, so is GD to the government in, I think you mean Kenya. Gluten Nebula, I suppose. Yeah, Butterfly Nebula. Pretty. Job in Kenya, interesting UFOs at Henry. It looks like a butterfly. Yep. Like the soft peak ridge combination with the nebula investigating. LA Addicts, do you ever talk about the lost oh god, I have always had problems with this word. Tartarian civilization, or is that outside of your experience or expertise? I honestly don't remember right now. I honestly do not remember right now. I couldn't tell you one way or another at this second. Do you ever talk about the lost? I gotta look it up. Because my brain, I'm not functioning yet. Good morning and sending you holiday greetings to you from Alabama. Hello, Vicky Goggins from Alabama. Okay, Cuban, that's enough with some of that. Vicky, these people don't believe us and please show respect. Joe, don't be aggressive or I'll kick your ass. So, I have my own opinions, but I love hearing other people's stories regardless. Vicky Huggins, this is her channel, yes. Spamming, you are only... Jupiter, I thought Saturn. Okay, we're not at... That's enough, you guys. Joe. It'd be nice if Nikki gave me the ability to... Yeah, okay. Cozy, it does look like an infinite symbol. Wow, something if this Earth might use. Do you have an infinite before they know a butterfly? Wow. Something not of this Earth. Sorry about my typos. My hands are freezing. Yeah, no, I understand. The government... Okay. That's it. Yeah, I'm just done with certain things. I'm just really... Okay. Where did I just read that? Okay. Gluta, do the surface level government even know about SSP? No, they don't. That's the problem. That's really where it gets, really where it gets nasty. I don't have any way to help you, Henry. Cube's comments were lit. Okay. Yeah, there's a couple of shows. Ex Pluma is asking about other places to hear about stories of abductees. There's Spaced Out Radio with Dave Scott. There is Jennifer Jones, The Cryptid Huntress. These are YouTube channels. There's Spaced Out Radio with Rob G. There's the S4 Paranormal Bunker, also on YouTube. There's R. Keith Andrews. There is oh God, I can't think of her last name. Samantha Mowat. Excuse me. There's so many about Bigfoot. The list, if you go into my... Oh, there's Geraldine Orozco as well. If you go into my list and slide over to... What is it? Live broadcast? No. File. It's the file folders. It's the one where all the file folders are at. If you click on that link, it'll open up to all the different chats that I've got that are subjected out. So title, you can find things from titles. And there are numerous different ET abductee stories with many of these. So you should be able to find a lot of different ones in my channel alone. So just be aware of that. Plus, I usually name people if I'm able to. Another one is Misha Johnston and starseedawakening.com. Another one is, oh gosh, I can't think of her name. Cheryl Costa. Another one is Suzy, Suzy, Hansen, Hansen. She's out of New Zealand. Who else? There's a number of others, but that should give you quite the list. Yep, there's quite a few of them. Let's see. Top Shelf 69,420. You are such full of shit. By saying she supposedly flown to Mars, only thing that flew is her brain cells. No. You're full of shit. Gluta, no need to be rude. Okay, we're done with that. Okay, let's see. Rage baiting. Oh, Plur, plur. Okay. Wilson 4985. Hi, hello. Cozy, sincerely amazed he has a stream today. I don't like that list. Well, that's fine. You don't have to use that list. Shill Hunter 2021. Okay. Wow. Wilson, where am I from? Washington State, the United States. Um. Trash stream. Well, you might be a trash person. Cozy. I've seen things, but I cannot declare to even begin to know what they were. I could never full on tell anyone I knew that what it was. Holy crap! I drank. Papa John Curbo. For some reason, you are giving astrology, astrologic vibes. Okay. Done. If you can't be respectful, shut the fuck up and get the hell out of my chat. I'm done. I'm done with people that are pulling shit. I'm not putting up with it. Feel same thing. I don't want to speak out of school or use wrong terminology. Oh, I understand that. 12th Planet. Can't wait to read it. And serious. O'Hare Airport UFO 2006 seem legit. How was the weather? Okay. So I usually try to listen and learn and apply the terms to what I experience. She's experienced a lot, that's for sure. But could have been faked. Wanted to. Thank you, Vicky. I appreciate it. I think it's missile tech. Okay. I've been at this for 5 hours. What is this stream even about? UFOs, aliens, unserious 69 AF 69. Am I this drunk? Yeah, you apparently are. We're talking 3iAtlas, extraterrestrials, also known as aliens, human politics around ET, and it's been an open forum, and we've had quite a long conversation about a lot of different things. Plur, your channel is a hidden gem. Thank you. Gluta, oh boy, indeed. Yeah, okay, Cozy. She didn't know. Be sure who you work for, eh? She didn't know. Be sure who you work for, eh? Okay. No, we're not dealing. We're not going there. Wow, really? Well, that's an interesting subject. Okay. Thomas Hastings, hello. Okay, you look like Han from Stray Kids. I don't know who that. I know who Stray Kids is, but do you stream daily? No, I don't. That's what I say to that. I'm reporting you to. So what? Yeah, we're done. I'm done with your bullshit. I'm done. Washington State. Sorry you deal with insincere behavior like that. Yeah, me too. It's kind of rude to throw a verse and run. Yep. West Coast of the United States, Henry. Yeah, I agree. Thanks, Vicky. So, yeah, I've been doing this for a long time. I came out publicly in 2018. Yeah, it is expected to an extent. I came out to my doctors as a psychic medium in 2017. Not all of them, but a huge percentage of them. And ended up on the UFOI team in 2018. And really was going public hardcore. And then by, in March, we were up on stage at a Paracon. So, anyway, February, March. Anyway, it just went on from there. So I've had a lot more memories, a lot A lot of different things. Yeah, it gets interesting. Gluta says that would be frustrating, exposing yourself to morons that can't understand. And it's not exposing yourself, it's exposing your experiences. So there is kind of a difference. Philip Blair, same state as Seattle. Yep. Little Cam, and have followed since 2018. Yes, I know you have. Mason Chase, hey, can I ask, do you have any sort of spiritual life attached to the UFO stuff? Spiritual life attached to the UFO? That's an interesting question. Very interesting question, Mason. Any spiritual life? Well, in some ways, they've changed my perspective, I suppose I would say, on different things. Not quite sure how to explain that. I've never been asked that question before, and I've been asked a lot of questions. I've never been asked that question. That's a really good thought process. I might have to get back to you on that one. Matter of fact, that one, I can feel it in me already. That one's going to bug the crap out of me. So I'm going to write this one down. 350. And I only have a very short amount of time left. So if this cuts out, I hope you have a good weekend, rest of a good weekend. Spiritual life. What? Who just called me? Okay, so yeah, I'm down at 12%, so it is time to go. Just want to know y'all to know, because I look like a Bible thumper as well. Yeah, I know, I understand. None of y'all's business, broski. Drop it, laugh out loud. You just don't want to have a conversation that requires you to critically analyze your faith, because that would be too much. Actually, it really wouldn't. And I don't mind having that conversation. I'm just, one, my battery's dying, and two, I'm way too frickin' tired. I have no problem in having that conversation right now. Well, I do because of the battery issue and being too tired, but other than that. Yeah, and they're not demons. They're listed differently other than that too. When you get into going back, you've got so many different versions of the Bible, but when you go back even further, because I know people that have, it gets real interesting about what's actually said. Wow, why are you coming at me like that with that attitude? None ya business broski. He says, Jesus told his disciples some of them would still be alive during the second coming that didn't happen. So either Jesus is a liar or the Bible isn't 100% truth. Can't handle that? But I didn't say anything that I can't handle it. Yeah, Glutus saying none of your business. It's off topic and is not pertinent to the subject spoken about. Yeah, completely agree, Cozy. I believe many cultures think aliens are spiritual. I never thought of them as being spiritual, to be honest. Never. Matter of fact, a few years ago, when I first started hearing about people claiming that they spoke Jesus's name or prayed to God in front of and rebuked the ETs, and some of the ETs actually left those specific individuals alone. I was absolutely appalled and shocked because that was never my experience. Then I found out that there are certain races of ET that do have a spiritual belief and a spiritual life. I believe many cultures think aliens are spiritual. And is congesting the flow of chat. Yes, Mason, I guess I mean, knowing what you know, would you say you think the universe is more than just physical matter? Oh, it's much more than physical matter. Henry, hey, I am sick. Which is GD2 help? I have no idea what you're asking me. You believe what you believe, and they have their own. So hush up. Okay, none. This isn't some high school where the teacher's talking. It's a chat. Independent conversation can happen in chats. Such excuses. Swing, Philip. Swing low, sweet. Okay, Cluta. Have some respect for the subject and leave your ideology for relevant streams. Plurm. I'm on your side about religion, but I don't think you're going to change anyone else's mind. I don't expect to change anybody else's mind. Biblical UFO song, I should say. Okay, Cozy. Well, I cannot wait to come back because I enjoy it. Okay. I want to ask some questions about aliens. Go for it, sweetie. You just can't be tonight. We got to end this. Maybe NDE? Non-disclosure? NDE. Oh, no. Experience. You two and very Merry Christmas. Your fifth makes you happy. It's cool. Oh, no, this is interesting. None of y'all business broski is saying y'all have fun with your delusions. God isn't real. Jesus isn't king. None of it's real. Oh, aren't you a joy to be around? You must be just a peach. Yeah, I know who you were talking about. Don't worry about it. Danny Moo. Hello, Danny. Speaking of which, I'm kind of tired of this bullshit, so not doing this anymore. Go away. Thank you. Oh, bye-bye. It's killing me. He's like, yeah. 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 I agree, folks in chat, that he was real. Yeah. Um. Oh, okay, that makes more sense. All right, so there's 22 in here, watching, listening, observing. I don't know how many are actually in chat. I wasn't really paying that much attention, but I am making sure that I'm reading all of this. So it's time for me to go. I'm down to 10. Excuse me, I'm down to 10 on the count. Anyhow, I hope you have a rest of a good weekend. Hope you take very good care. I need to go get some sleep. My eyes are shit. I'm glassy eyed. I'm not okay right now, so it's time to go. Take very good care of yourselves, folks. Have a good weekend. Have a good week. This week is Christmas. Kind of forgot about that. It's been a rough few weeks, to say the least. So anyway, yeah. Good night, Henry. Good night, Cozy. Gluta, Plurm, Danny, Little Kim, Joe and Para and Philip and everybody else who's come in. I hope you have a really good holiday. I will see you after the holiday. I will be back on that Saturday. So have a really good week, folks. Take very good care. Take very good care of yourself. Please remember to hit the like button and share if you found this useful. Take good care. Bye, folks. Bye. Take care.